Let's see, what do we do here? The roll call first, call to order, and then let's all stand up to the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so roll call, please.
Present.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Yes, here. Okay, so this is our workshop on October 17th, 2023, starting a little after 10 o'clock. Our discussion items are the Pasquarel Overlay District, which is LD Land Development Code Division 20, and Division 40, the Community Redevelopment District, 8th Avenue, also probably called most likely the CRD. And in this workshop, we're going to go through section by section as much as we can of the code and seeing where we want maybe to change it or tighten up or remove things or add things. And so I think we all have gotten from Tara our proposed, ideas that and to change or clean some of this up. And I think we've all looked through that, and hopefully we all have copies of that we can go through when we talk about this. I'd also like to say I think this is an opportunity for us to discuss not just the cleaning up of what we have here and what's been proposed by Tara, but also maybe talk about some other aspects of the historical district and how we might want to improve other aspects of it. So I don't know how you want to start. You want to start with the division? Are we talking about each thing, or
No, it's just a document.
whether we want to talk about some things in general? I know I would, and I guess since I'm the chairman, I get to talk about this a little bit. So one of the things, we may not really get to this today, but I don't think we're necessarily going to finish this thing all up today. Because what I would like to do is ultimately have a, and we can certainly all discuss this, is have a package of some sort to present to the city commission ultimately on how we want to see things changed or cleared up on the in the historic district. And so there's a number of things we talked about in the past that we don't deal with in the code itself, such as we've talked about it ad nauseum about trying to get the city to just make everything south of 32nd, the historic district, and remove some of the zones that aren't in that overlay or not in the district. And so we could have a little more clarification and clarity as to, less confusion. And I think we talked about it, and Tara, I believe, has made the suggestion in here that we want to remove the option of building under the underlying zone, as opposed to building under the Pasquarel overlay. And I think that would make more sense if we had a whole package ultimately to present to the city commission how this is kind of our vision, which a huge part of it will be what we're going to do today as far as the code itself. So I think we need to have that in mind as we go forward, at least in the talk today. Because it struck me the other day, and I've always essentially said this, but what is our objective in the historic district? And it's only been kind of a suggestion to builders that they can pick which code they want to build under, and also been a suggestion that we'd like you to please make it historical looking, but there's nothing that really says that in the code that it is now. There's nothing that really speaks to, in the building aspect, that it needs to be compatible with the neighborhood specifically, or it needs to be contextual with the neighborhood. And if you go down there, you will see new builds that are beautiful homes that are trying to look historic and fit in with the neighborhood, and homes that don't have anything to do with a historic neighborhood that could be built anywhere. And our code, as it is now, allows that, which, you know, it's a progression that we're going through now from developing this historic district, whatever it was 20 years ago. And so I would like to, as we have these discussions, kind of look towards how we can have some language in our code, if possible, that takes into account more the compatibility with the neighborhood and the incentive, or this something maybe beyond a suggestion to try to make these homes look more like they have the historical district. And, you know, I have an example of this morning. I stopped and I took 2 photographs of 2 houses that are recently built, which, can I go down there and put them on this? I mean, I'd like to just put them on the overhead.
I think, yeah, she was gonna grab them for you.
Oh, okay.
Which, that one first?
I don't care, to make a difference. And I put that out, so there's a brand new build, which is, and I think I speak for everybody that lives down there anyway, pretty much. That is a brand new home that pretty perfectly captures the historic feel of Paso Grill. And that is a home that was built, I think it was built under the overlay, but the design guidelines are, you know, in the code. So that's one home, which, again, I think people look at that and they say, that's what we're essentially looking for. Okay, now in the next picture, that home's being built. It's not really that good of a picture of it. It's almost finished, which has essentially nothing to do with the historic neighborhood and could very well be built on Tierra Verde or some other non-historic area, and yet the code allows that as well. And so I'm trying to think about, is there some way we can tighten this up so there's more encouragement or more specificity to build the previous type picture? And I don't mean the exact same way. There's plenty of homes built in the middle where, you know, these are the 2 extremes, I think, where we can try to move away from this kind of home and more towards the other kind of home. Because it strikes me with the property values and stuff, what we're getting more and more of is spec builders that come in and buy the property and then design a home without necessarily a buyer in mind, and they build it to the absolute maximum, and then they try to sell it. So those people have no interest whatsoever in the historic district. They're just trying to make money. And so the difference between these 2 houses essentially is, one is the owner in the first example wants to have a historic house and built it that way. And then you have this home, which the owner, I don't know, is it an actual owner or a construction firm who decide they could care less about what the historical nature is. They just want to build the biggest thing they can. And mostly they're square boxes, so they can maximize every square inch. Sometimes I think, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, they can build under the overlay and build a bigger home with closer setbacks that the neighborhood, you know, you could have 4 houses in a row that have a 20-foot setback, and then you have a brand new home that's got a 10-foot setback. And it ultimately is going to ruin Paso Grill. And 20 years from now, people are going to say, hey, what happened to Paso Grill? It used to be really cool, and now it's what happened. And that's all our faults, ultimately. So I really think as we go through this, we need to have a further discussion about how we can encourage or mandate, if possible, a little bit change in the overall design. Could you put this up too, please?
Good.
That was something I found, and I don't know if everybody's got a copy, but it was clearly made here in the city of St. Pete in 2009. And it's a really, it wouldn't have to be the exact same thing, but it's a really nice example that shows the homes that are the historic homes on Paso Grill, the different types, and examples of ones that are built. And I just wonder, when we get our builders in here or people that are doing building plans, they don't know anything about this, or a lot of them don't. They just are building like they built a house over in Tierra Verde or someplace else. And I don't know whether perhaps we can include a design book of some sort to give people visual ideas of what we want or encourage to have as far as the building code. Because, like I said, those two homes are a perfect example of what's wrong with the code as it is now. And if we really are a historic district and really mean that and it's not just lip service, then we need to tighten that up. Otherwise, we're going to lose that whole area. You can see it coming. And, I think we owe a debt of gratitude to the people 20 years ago or plus that got the historic district. But that was a baby step, It was something to say that we are a historic district, but in reality, we aren't living that life. We're just, paying lip service to it. So I realize there's a lot of big steps involved in that. I'm not suggesting that we go towards like Boca Grande where you can't tear a house down. I realize there's problems there, but I do believe we can do something to try to build homes that are more compatible to the historic neighborhood. So that's my soapbox while we get started. With that, I don't know if you want to discuss that or if people have feelings about that. I'm not trying to control this, but I think it's something that we need to look at our overall objective. What is it we're trying to do? And I think tightening up these codes, and again, Tara's done a great job, and there's a lot of things in there that we definitely need, but I also think we need to maybe, at some point, maybe not this workshop, but talk about changing some of the design guidelines so we can still maintain our historic neighborhood.
So if I may, a lot to unpack, but I appreciate that. So this is where staff was coming from based on the meetings that we've had. And I think Tara's done a good job of putting this together. But, the city hasn't had an architect on staff, right? So a lot of these homes, and I think there was only 6, that's kind of where this whole conversation started, right? You had 6 homes built to the overlay. Tara went through them one by one. But big picture, this is what we're trying to accomplish. We amend the overlay. Outside of the code, we develop design guidelines that you don't need to be an architect to review, right? So our planning staff would have some form of design guidelines that we would prepare that they could go through when these homes are built, that would be developed by this board, that would kind of meet the character and compatibility of the neighborhood, but it would be a document similar to this pattern book that applicants would have to abide by and staff would utilize when new construction additions, things like that. So that's kind of big picture where the city's trying to go. Obviously, we don't have some of these things in place now, so we can't prevent people from coming in tomorrow and building things. But that was the intent of what we're trying to do here. So there will be a design guideline book. But as for, I guess putting everything on paper and bringing it to the commission, we can do whatever the board wants, but I would just urge you to this is a big burden that you guys are taking on right now, and I really would urge you to stay focused on this because this is going to take a lot of time until it's passed, and until it's passed, people are still going to be able to build the way they're going to.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you said, but this is the first time you as a rep, or anybody as a representative of the city has said that the city is planning on doing a design book and that kind of thing. We've never talked about that, and so we're on the same page, I guess, and that's great, but you mentioned an architect. We haven't seen the architect in a while. What's the status of him? That's...
No, I'm just saying we've never had one.
Well, we did. We had Jim.
Yeah, for a little bit, but before that we didn't. I guess what I was trying to articulate is because of what you all aboard have been doing with the overlay has triggered staff to start thinking about a bigger picture, right? Which includes design guidelines.
Yes, and that's excellent. I probably wouldn't have bloviated so long if I had known. The city's never told us this is where we're trying to go with this.
If I can just kind of jump in a little bit.
Sure.
The last meeting that I was at via Zoom, we did discuss that.
I wasn't there.
And it's also in the document that I provided, and it's in page 2 of 3 of the memorandum. It says to create a design guidebook. So I just want to be clear that we're kind of all on the same page. Maybe it just wasn't highlighted or it got missed when we were doing the review, which is no problem.
Okay, good.
Is this proposed design guidebook, is this going to be a recommendation or is it going to be a requirement to meet the design? Is it going to be design recommendations or design requirements within?
Well, it can go any way. I mean, we can prepare that document, and then it's really going to be up to this board to make that recommendation, and then for your elected officials to decide whether or not they want to do that. I have worked here for 20 years and on and off, and we have put this and requested it multiple times, and it's when the elected officials have been asked, it has been a recommendation of denial. So we'll continue, but that's not our, we can only present that, and it's up to this board and then the elected officials to confirm or vote for or against it. I mean, that's...
And that's all fine. I think the feel has changed a bit in the last number of years.
Okay. So if you
yeah.
want, do you want to take this time to talk about the guidebook, or would you like to go through any of the standards that we had? Or, I just want to be really efficient with our time and make sure that we're getting
Absolutely.
everything. Because I think the guidebook itself will have a workshop and detail to determine really what is. And the other thing that I'll speak to is that, specifically the Passive Grill overlay does state that you shall be compatible. It is in the purpose and intent. It's in the very first section. So I just want to, I know that you said that there was nothing in the document, but there actually is. And it's on page 1. And it says, the Passive Grill's mid-paragraph, purpose and intent 2001, the PAG overlay district intends to ensure that new and redevelopment of any structures and uses, it used to say will, now it says shall, be compatible with the character of existing development within the Passive Grill Historic Overlay District.
Right.
So that sentence is there.
But we've never followed it.
Well, I mean, but your statement was there was nothing in the code that said
I
it.
agree.
So I just want to be clear that there is, but yeah, I mean, I can say that there's an implementation issue too, because we haven't gone to the detail of identifying the architectural types that that Passive Grill maybe desires. I mean, I did like the pictures that you showed, but Passive Grill, there's a couple of things in my opinion the first picture does have some historic element to it, but there's also other types of buildings that aren't always that.
I agree.
And I don't think the intent is to have only one.
Absolutely. No. Like in the guidebook, you have Mediterranean, you have all these different things. And so that was just an example.
Yeah, sure.
A few examples of a new house that they really intended. The owner, having lived there, said,
Right.
I want to build a house that looks like.
But there's also owners. I'll just tell you that the second photo, that is just that's happening all over because a lot of people do like that modern sleek style, and that's why it's happening. Doesn't mean that you need to embrace it in Passive Grill, but there are people that are buying and living in those, not just as investors.
No, I'm sure, but that's the key word, all over. I mean, being built all over. Passive Grill isn't supposed to be all over. Otherwise, we're going to lose the character.
And I agree. And then maybe we can start going through the document. But I do want to. I also want to say that it's not just about your single family. I would, in my opinion, I'd be more concerned about your multifamily and your attached residential, preserving that, than your single family, because that is probably has the most danger of changing than anything else. So if we want to have that mix of use, has always historically been what puts Passive Grill in a different state. And so when we talk about some things, I'm gonna highlight something that we haven't really discussed because it's coming up again. About redevelopment of some of the quadplexes or apartments, I think equally deserves that look.
I totally agree. I would just, I'm happy what you said and what Matthew said, that the city, and it's not headbutting with the city, I don't mean it like that, but we all seem to be on the same page
Okay.
now, that you said some things that we all think, I think we all kind of recognize that the historic district needs some help, you know, and we need to change what's been happening to some degree. And so if everybody's on the same page, that's fine. I just wanted to point it out in the beginning so we kind of have that as an overview. And I think today, I think what we're prepared for today is to go through the things you've suggested and knock that aspect out. And
Okay.
that's certainly a big part of where it's all going to go to. And then maybe we can do a workshop later about design features and stuff of that nature. But I just want to
Okay.
kind of set the stage on that.
Okay.
Well, Tara, going back to what you said, talked about preservation, we sort of got two things here, looking forward and trying to preserve the ambiance and charm of Paso Grow. The other is, how do we encourage and potentially reward property owners who have historic buildings to preserve those? That is a big, in light of FEMA guidelines, that is a big financial undertaking for a single-family homeowner to choose preservation versus a tear down and a new build. So how do we, you know, it would, if all we have is new builds that look similar to what used to be here, it's certainly not the same as preserving what is already here and what is truly historic.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the obvious answer is money. You know, how do you incentivize? I mean, you're not incentivizing them through land development code.
No, not
So
not
the
now.
only way that you could incentivize is to have some sort of fund that encourages and then supports that reinvestment. I am not a historic preservation expert in how to preserve and incentivize that. Typically, in land development codes, the incentives would be streamlining permitting. You already do that as a city. So, you know, everybody's been pretty adamant about not increasing height. So height usually is an incentive. You can reduce parking standards, and that's usually incentive, so that's already in place. So, you know, some of that is really, it is very costly to rehab buildings. So, you know, yeah, it's a very challenging question to ask land development to solve that issue for you.
Yes. It's the incentives you mentioned, parking spaces, et cetera. There's also property tax incentives. There are, the city in the last year or two dedicated grants to business owners to go 50-50 to improve the exterior of their shop or business. That's something to explore too.
Yep, correct, and those would be outside of the land development code, but yes, I think that those are items that can be brought up in a separate context to preserve that. But I think that's a separate initiative, just because the zoning doesn't embed that. Yeah, I mean, they're great ideas.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and that's, I think with these workshops, it's almost like if we, let's say we sit here and we kind of come to the conclusion of how we want to make these look, okay, section 40 and section 20, I guess it is, right? Do we then go to the city commission and say, change this, okay? And then months from now, when we say we want this a little, maybe this change, we then go to them and say, change this. To me, I think it makes more sense to say it again, where all that stuff is put together so we can say, here's our advice on how we think we can make the historic district better, which includes which includes things that don't have anything to do with section 20 or section 40, okay?
Right.
And
Well, I think
so-
what you're asking for is separate from what you have before you today, which is
Yeah.
zoning changes. So if you as a board want to have a vision package and something else done, then that's a decision that you as a board make. The zoning can be an accompaniment to that, and if you're wanting this vision package to be done, then that's going to be a discussion that you have with administration. Maybe you do an RFP for, all these other items that you want, and it's a holistic approach. That's, I don't have an opinion on that. It's,
No, I get it. I'm just saying today I think we need to go through these section 20 and 40, but what I'm saying overall, if we come to some conclusion, I don't think we just say, now let's take that to the city commission, because I think we should put together a vision. It's going to take more than one workshop. It's going to take more than it's going to be a holistic approach, as you said. I think that makes the most sense from how we present it also from the city commission. I think they'd rather have an idea of where it's all going than just bit by bit. So I'm just throwing that out as
I don't know if you're, were you wanting me to comment on that, or is that just?
no, I'm just saying.
Well, I will.
I think we. Huh?
I will.
Yeah.
I just think timing, you have to be very cognizant here, right? Because we're talking right now, even if you approve the overlay as is right now, you're talking implementation potentially January, February. And everything that you're asking for, in my opinion, design guidebooks and things like that are contingent on the overlay adopting. So you almost need the overlay to be able to design a design guideline, but why would you do both if you don't know what the commission's going to approve for the overlay? And then if you make it comprehensive, we could be here a year from now and nothing be passed.
Okay, I think that's good. That's good advice. What I'm a little more concerned about is, and I know this sounds like a pet peeve, I want the city, I want to, we've talked about doing it for months, having the city commission change the zoning down there, that everything is in the overlay or as a historic district. We still haven't got that yet. So we need to clean that up so we know what area we're dealing with. So if we ultimately take a holistic approach, I want the historic board to be able to say, everything south of 32nd is historic and should have the same language referring to it. Some of the areas don't have that yet. And so when we clean this part up, I really think we need to be able to want the city commission to be able to vote on, do they agree that Paso Grill is the historic district and not 95% of it? Do they agree, as one of the suggestions, that the overlay is what controls now, not the underlying zone, and you get to pick and choose? And so those are two aspects that I know part of it's.
I guess I'm confused because that's exactly what we're doing.
Correct.
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing on that, on these divisions,
Yeah.
but it's
Those
not.
two divisions cover Paso Grill.
Okay, does it do?
Without excluding those little carve-outs, the old AMI site and.
Yeah, well, the commercial areas are not in the overlay.
What commercial areas? Like,
The marina, the wharf.
yeah, the marina it's in Paso Grill overlay.
There's a whole bunch of, I don't believe so. I think
It
there's.
jogs around it.
It jogs around it.
It stops, most of it stops at Paso Grill Way. It doesn't go across the street even.
There was a recommendation made in 2015 to have.
Oh, did they remove it again?
They never did it. They never voted on it.
I personally think the board should just stay focused on the overlay. I think determining whether the commission's going to want all the properties to comply or not, you'll know if they pass the ordinance, because the ordinance has that language in it, right? So the quicker you get the overlay ordinance to the commission, the quicker you'll get your answers on, do they want everything encompassed? Do they want people to have the option? And then from there, then you can kind of lead the initiative elsewhere. But going there and saying, hey, commission, do you want everything? It's better to put an overlay ordinance in front of them and say, hey, this is what the board proposed.
I agree, but see, part of the problem with the overlay, it's been overly confusing because people get to pick and choose what they want to do.
But what's moving forward, they don't.
Correct.
I know, except for parts of Paso Grill that are in the historic district.
That are in the Paso Grill overlay.
They're not in the Paso Grill overlay.
No, I'm saying that in Paso Grill overlay, moving forward, there would not be a picking and choosing.
Correct.
Correct, but there's still zones that aren't under the overlay.
Okay,
And I think
okay.
you need
I
to
think
say,
we need to be able to say,
So I guess the question is I understand what you're saying and the concerns that you have. given the work that I typically do is redevelopment and doing overlays and changing districts, I would say that it's more challenging to, right now, we're modifying 2 divisions. And in order to do that, you have to have a consensus for that. If you want to then include additional areas, you're kind of shifting what these overlays and districts have done. There's nothing that says that once all of these new standards get put in, that you can't amend a district to include it. That doesn't take a whole lot.
Okay.
My concern would be that if you're holding a line of where you want something to be, then it becomes an all or nothing. And I'm not sure that anybody is ready for the all or nothing. It's just been my experience here over the years. I don't know.
Okay.
But that is something that can always be brought up. It can be, all of the work that you've already done and you've already requested, it seems like it might be taking a step back. If you are like, okay, now I like this and we like this, so now we want everything in.
But it's not taking a step back, because this is something we've discussed for years.
Well, but let me say this too.
But it's not in your overlay.
I appreciate exactly what you're saying. It's a matter of timing or perception, okay? I think, and I'm okay in doing what you all recommend now that we've talked about it, let's say. But I think the problem is most people that live in St. Pete Beach and most people that live in Paso Grill and probably most commissioners believe everything south of 32nd is in the overlay, okay? Like, they just think that. And that's because that's the common perception, but it's not. And so when we're cleaning things up, that is something that is vitally important, so we can say, this area, this little tiny area that's only a block and a half wide, is all under the control of the same divisions and same things, and not here or there, or, well, this part's like the rest of the city of St. Pete Beach, like the other codes.
Yeah.
So builders have clarity, everybody has clarity about what we're doing. And so if your recommendation is one step at a time and it's easier to amend, I'm okay with that, really, as long as we realize that's a goal we want to get. It just seemed to me it's easier to clean up what everyone thinks is already happening. Yeah, they already think I think most people think that. But
I think one specific example, the AMI site, like, when is it appropriate, in my opinion, is now, to annex that into the district, where it's a change of use. When that building, which was an institutional commercial use, was demolished, the use changed to residential. And there's proposed residential development on 3 sites there, but it's not under our.
we're not sure how it became residential, but, you know, it's still, I believe on the zoning map, it would still show it's institutional, but they're marketing it as residential.
Okay.
You know, so it's little things like that, and frankly, you know, when you
So
get
that's
down.
sort of an anything goes site right there, that we're just supposed to sit back and see what happens. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's valid. We didn't discuss most of this, you know, when we went through the overlay. That wasn't really the direction, so that's why it hasn't really been looked at.
Well, just so you know, though, I want
And, yeah, it can be
to have
looked
a
at.
conversation with you before the workshop, and was told it can all come out in the workshop, so that's why.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which is the more appropriate thing to do.
And I don't disagree. I'm just saying.
I just think that, and I'll just say it, what we put in front of you takes months of work,
I get it.
and what you're asking for takes years of work, right? And I'm just being realistic.
Well, you're
like,
right, but we've already been a year into some of it.
And look at how much progress you've made.
No, I don't mean this,
I'm
like,
just saying, you have a resolution passed now, you have an overlay in front of you. I mean, you are making changes, and I commend this board, because without you all pushing this stuff, we wouldn't even be where we are now.
I get it, but has the resolution actually been adopted?
It's on next week. It's on
Okay,
next week.
but, you know, for example, having everything south of 32nd,
So I just have a
That's what we've
question
been asking for
for,
18 months.
yeah, can I just have Brandon or Kristen, is there an overlay zoning map?
Yeah, I wanted to see that too. Can we have that?
Sorry. Because the overlay language actually does say south of 32nd, and I'm just kind of wondering if what they're asking for is a simple zoning map change.
Well,
Which,
it is, really.
Yeah, I mean, because the purpose and intent states
south of 32nd.
south of
already.
32nd.
But see, it doesn't say that, and that's exactly
Yeah.
right. It does say that, no.
Oh, on the
It does
map.
say south of 32nd, but the map
But then the
isn't
map
same.
shows some exceptions.
I can show you. I think I have it here.
It's,
This isn't a very good.
here, maybe if you, are we on the same? Maybe it'll let me share it if you click up to this.
Yeah, see those little cutouts.
There's,
Yep.
I've got a,
Yes.
I can put that down on that.
Sunset Capital? Oh. There it is.
Is that, Danielle, is that the thing that came out of the
That's
map of the survey? In
The historic site
2015?
survey from
Perfect.
April of 15.
Yep, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, no, that's not. That's the historic site survey, right?
No,
Yeah,
but-
that's a historic boundary. That's not actually the overlay.
Yeah, but that's not.
That's not the
Looking
overlay.
for the actual overlay map.
But
We don't have a specific overlay map, but just, and they've been discussed at this meeting so far, the properties that are not in the overlay south of 32nd are the CRDEA properties. They do have their own zoning, and we have some district division update that we're recommending, some changes to that. The properties just south of 21st, north of 20th, the marina,
Wharf and the marina and Red, White, and Booze.
correct?
yeah, there's a map that looks like this. I only have one page of it. The one that says, because it says.
Oh,
you know,
that's
say
the
like
zoning map.
RLM, and it says dash PAG. When it says dash PAG, it means it's under the overlay. Some of the zones don't have the dash PAG.
I mean, I would make the argument that the purpose and intent of the overlay clearly states where it's supposed to be.
Well, I don't disagree, but that's only in that one sentence that it says everything south of 32nd. And then you have the maps. That was the argument, Tara, long ago when I was saying the CRD is part of the overlay. And the city's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, well, show me where that happens. And
I
they
think the
pull up-
zoning district, yeah, I think the CRD zoning district is okay to have intact as long as it's part of Paso Grill, you know?
Grill overlay or just pass the grill?
It's Paso Grill, I mean, I don't necessarily, so the complication of bringing in the CRD, the reason why I chose to keep those divisions separate is because we're essentially dissolving, there's multiple zoning districts in the Paso Grill overlay. We're dissolving all of everything in the underlining zoning districts except for use. It's just an easier way than having to go and rezone. We'd have to rezone, not all properties have the same use allowances. So the overlay acknowledges that by preserving the uses only in those underlining zoning districts, that's it. So CRDE already had the uses, so if we were to do that, I'd have to remove everything from the CRDE and keep the use intact, and then move everything over, which to me seemed more complicated and not necessary if all of your standards that you wanted to make sure were in CRDE are in place, and they are.
Okay, let me interrupt you. The problem is.
So you cannot have just one zoning district for Paso Grill overlay because of uses and entitlement.
That's not what I'm saying. Right now, we have, under that zoning map, I wish they could find the
Yeah.
one I'm talking about that's out.
I know the one now that you're, yeah.
Is the one section I have is only the southern section where other than the CRD, it's all /PAG.
Yep.
Okay? So the problem is, the overlay has a lot of language about scale, compatibility, things of that nature. The underlying zones doesn't have that
Correct. Correct.
historic language.
Yep.
And so now the new stuff where you've defined more on the CRD what we want to do a little bit, that's kind of okay. because we know the CRD is what it is, but in the commercial areas, there's nothing that makes that anything at all a part of Pass Grill or under the overlay.
Yeah.
It's just like, so you could technically build something in that huge commercial area, you know, that would be in the center of a historic district that would not be anything where the historic board or anybody would have no advice or say-so whatsoever.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, so I would still, I hear what you're saying. This board can proceed any way that it wants to. It would be my recommendation to have both of these divisions adopted.
And I
And
think,
then what
yeah.
my recommendation would be is, I probably wouldn't put it on the same agenda,
Okay.
but then I would ask for the zoning map cleanup.
Okay.
I think that when you bring those two together, and this is just only my experience, that sometimes that process then starts picking apart
Okay.
the standards. I think that
Okay, let me just say
Yeah.
this.
I think that the end goal is to have everything, to me, it makes sense. That's why I was kind of surprised, because that was not the original intent of the overlay. It was supposed to include.
Right.
So, you know, you could go before and ask, right now, you could go before and ask for the zoning map changes. I mean, you could do one before the other. I just don't know if I would do them together in the same meeting.
Okay, I think you've given, your advice is good, but 10 minutes ago, for example, I don't think we're aware that the zoning's different. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so when we do this thing in its entirety, ultimately, we do want to clean that up.
Yep.
And we've talked about that for a long time, you know, maybe not with you, because obviously not. So those are the kind of,
Yeah.
lack of better words, loopholes or whatever that exist in the overlay that we've got to clean up and shut down.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Even though
it's clear.
not part of 20 or 40 per se, ultimately the map needs to be changed. And if you want to wait and do it later, that's fine, as long as we're all on the same page that that's something that needs to be done. You know, I'm just talking about,
I hear that, yeah, I hear that direction. It's not really mine. It would be administration, you
Yeah.
all. It makes sense. I didn't realize that some of the properties, that was not under my, I believed when the purpose and intent said 32 below, that's what it meant. And the CRD was preserved, but everything else was under the overlay.
well, I think a lot of people think that until you really get into,
Yeah.
look at the specifics.
Okay, and I don't know that, I don't know why that changed. It could have been something that I just wasn't privy to. I mean, it's,
Okay.
yep.
Well, anybody else have any other comments, maybe in general about an overall, vision we have? Or do you want to start talking about the specifics of Division 20 and Division 40?
Sounds like we need to get those divisions squared away, do whatever cobbling we need to do and get them strengthened, and then from there go about trying to get more things underneath them. Because we've already got our foot in the door with
Okay.
the overlays.
I mean, you're already having development, so every day that we're not doing this is just, as hard as it is, because I do zoning for a living, you just have to sometimes realize that you aren't gonna get every win in zoning.
No, I understand.
And right now, we're under, we're already looking at developments, quadplexes are being looked at of doing single family, like, we're under the gun. But if you want to wait, that's okay too. I'm just saying that every time you wait, there's going to be 10 more homes with the value that's happening.
No, we don't want to wait. Obviously, we've been trying to get to this this moment for a long time. But I guess what I'm saying, again, those two pictures I showed of the houses, at the end of the day, if we've decided to, even if we clean up 20 and 40 and the commission accepts it, both those houses could still be built. So therefore we have, I think, so therefore we
I
have.
don't know, I think you have an argument in purpose and intent if you really want to hold somebody to the fire it does say it has to be compatible. Your compatibility is, suspect because,
Okay.
because you have such a range.
The more that
so-
are built out there, the more compatible the next one becomes.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, however, I think it does state that with the character of existing development, and it could be that language, now that we're talking, and maybe this is a good segue for us to kind of go into the overlay, is, instead of it saying, I'm in the third or fourth sentence, the passive grill, the first one that's in an underline, we could add, it says to ensure new and redevelopment of any structures and uses shall be compatible with the character of existing development. It could state something more specific that predates, or you want to pick a,
Or the character of historic development.
yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to just, that is an excellent segue, unless someone else has something to add about, in general, I think we should just jump into it. Did everybody agree with that?
Yeah. I think we
Yeah.
should
Yes.
Get into it.
All right. Lead on.
Okay, so, it was a great intro, wasn't it?
Well, and not to extend it anymore, I just want, there are many ways to accomplish what you all want, okay? Whether it's design guidelines that the entire historic district need to do, changing the boundaries, all of that stuff. So I've heard you the last 2 years. I don't want to make you think that I haven't. So I just want to make everyone feel more comfortable, right? Even if we do this, there's other things that we can do to kind of expand the boundary and get you guys where you need to go.
Yeah. Yep. All right. And with that, I think if we look at the first kind of highlights, I'll just say that through the document, words, so it was the passive grill, sometimes it was historic, sometimes the overlay was in, so I just maintained everything to be consistent, which is the PAG overlay district. And instead of in order, I just wordsmithed some of it so that the language is a little bit stronger about being compatible. But everything that we've talked about today, where it says with the character of existing development, I can further define existing development to be the historic. I can even point it to the historic structures that are considered,
Contributing?
yeah.
But yeah, also, I mean.
I mean, if that's what, if you really want that kind of detail, then yeah,
I
then,
think yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
but also I think this is a matter of definition. Historic has to be 50 years old.
well,
You know-
yeah, we can put it in the definition.
Yes, you follow what I'm saying? So, and that's kind of what we're talking about,
Yep.
you know, because that does leave plenty of room for mid-century moderns and other houses that were built in the 50s and 60s in Passive Grill,
Okay.
and 70s for that matter.
Yep, so I will,
See, because Terry, you know, I mean, I'm glad you're saying what you're saying. I mean, I know that it says this about, you know, that it shall be compatible with the character of existing development, but I don't think anybody on the board, or maybe even also with the staff, has ever realized that that potentially gives us the argument just to say no,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, and I think yeah, agreed. And I also think that some of these, what's a challenge is some of the redevelopment has opted out of the overlay too. So you don't really know like which is there and what isn't.
Yeah.
So at the end of it as well, I think I have it in that memo, is there's going to be a form and checklist on what to review. And I'll create that, and it'll say, does this applicant, and I can highlight that as a yes or no. So it'll be a form that gets submitted to you all, that staff has reviewed that particular application, and then it has to answer those questions. You know, how has it exhibited meeting that intent? So that'll be the first evaluation point. So if somebody doesn't meet it or not, then that should be a denial. But that'll be on a checklist moving forward. And I think once we get through the whole document, there will be two things. The design guidebook will be developed, and then this application checklist, I think is really important, because then it's consistent. So when the board sees something, they don't have to, you all do not have to keep trying to figure out what matters and what doesn't. So if you have something that says it meets that, it meets the intent, and it explains it, I think that will help. And you don't have that right now.
Okay.
Tara, I have a quick question about, it's semantics.
Okay.
In the first paragraph, what is the difference between will and shall? It's subtle, but
It is.
it's got to mean something.
Well, we want shall.
Yeah, I
Shall
think
is-
just, you know,
Shall's mandatory. Will is probably, you can probably make an argument it's a little more.
So to answer
Well,
your,
I could argue the.
it's more of a legal, a legal answer,
I'm
but
talking legal.
legal wants shall.
so shall is a must.
Yeah.
Shall is a must,
Shall is must in the legal world. May is,
but
you-
it's will.
So are we saying shall instead of must, just to be a softer approach?
no, we're saying shall because in the legal world it means must.
Okay.
So
Well, that's what I wanted to know.
instead of will,
'Cause to me, it
now you're
means-
required.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
must.
I don't think will is as recognized as required in law as shall.
It's not.
Okay,
So that's the only reason.
that's what I wanted to know.
shall
that it-
gives,
That it is it's a
It
mandatory.
heightens, it heightens.
Yes, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I have another one about semantics that I can't quite figure out. I know you
Okay.
went through and you corrected the Pass-a-Grille overlay district throughout, but 5 lines down to the back, it says, within the designated Pass-a-Grille Historic District Overlay District.
okay, that should have been caught. Oh, I see. Mm-hmm,
Got a blue pen? Right.
yeah. Yep, okay, I'll circle it and then update it. And no, that, it absolutely matters. So, my word search apparently missed the first one. Thank you for that.
Okay, after that sentence, where it says, I guess it's the last sentence, and I'll read it as you want it changed to, also to recognize that the existing platted and parcels meet the overall character of the Pass-a-Grille.
Yeah, this should be overlay too.
Of the PAG
Yep.
overlay, right? Mm-hmm. And then, along with that, can you explain to us, I'm sure quickly, I guess, why you wanted to change parcel size uses to platted and parcels? I know that might fit in some other things later on.
And should the word "and" even be there? Should it recognize the existing platted parcels, not platted and parcels?
No, yeah, what I'm saying is, I'm sure, Terry, in your mind, putting platted in there gives us some more definition, is that right?
I wish I could answer that, but I don't think that was my recommendation to add that. I think it was, I think it might have been staff that did.
Well, I know later on when we talk about splitting parcels and things like
Yeah.
that, the word platted seems to come up a little bit more. And my question is, I assume there's some integrity to the platted aspect
There is.
that's old, you know?
Well, especially when you're talking about lot combinations or lot splits.
Right.
You're looking, there's different procedures if it's previously platted as opposed to not.
Okay, so I assume that was the correct, so we do want that platted, to put that out, but does it need and parcels or just platted parcels? Because what I'm saying too, that maybe we also put a shall in front of the meet, because that's also another point. So it would read, also to recognize the existing platted parcel shall meet the overall character of the Pass-a-Grille overlay.
Yeah, I think that's a
It
good,
shall be permitted to continue as viable lots.
Yes, okay.
good call out.
Oh, you got another shall in there, good, yeah.
Yeah, but I think putting it where you wanted it, I think is
You gotta get the
good.
shalls in there.
Yeah.
Got to, as many as possible.
And that what we cover the alleys with? Shall? And then we say, it goes on, we shall be permitted to continue as viable lots.
Yeah, because some of the lots would be considered the actual building types. Now I think they're covered, but it's just kind of if we've missed a parcel that somehow doesn't match the building type, it allows that parcel to still develop.
Okay, love it.
Would cover
So viable
substandard,
means buildable?
it would cover
Yeah.
substandard lot sizes.
Yep.
Viable just means like you can use the law for what it's intended, essentially.
Yeah, I would recommend keeping viable. If you put buildable, then that is going to start, there's going to be some discussions on what someone thinks is buildable and not. So I think if you add viable, it'll just allow that. And if they can't meet some of the setbacks, they might have to come in for a variance, and then they can say that it's a viable lot instead of a buildable lot, which that is just a protection for the city.
Because we do have small lots
Yeah.
around Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that, well, I like that. It beefs that up quite a bit,
Yep.
right?
Okay, so definitions, the accessory structure just has been removed because we're relying on the overall definitions of the land development code. I added the new definition of building design elements that there is a Florida statute that is looking at the protection of developers to not have to have architectural design. In the statute, this building design element means I would recommend not making a change at all to that. It is the Florida statute definition. So I wanted to add that because there's still this discussion internally on whether or not you have the right to regulate any architecture in single family. I believe that you do, but I'm not an attorney. I think that if you have a historic district, and you're in a district, that does exclude it in the statute, but I just added this because I think that even if you were not considered a historic district, all of the definitions in the statute, I was really careful to we're not talking about color and we're not talking about specifics. So all of the architectural criteria we have, I believe, does not violate that statute. So that's why I want the definition in there.
Well, also it strikes me that if there's some argument at the state level,
Yeah.
that if we have this in here, maybe we get grandfathered in.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it in, because it's just one of those things that at this point, there's so much that might actually be turned over or not, and we might as well just have it in there.
Okay.
But yeah.
Is that definition complete? It trails off at the end, like it's not complete.
I believe, you mean at the second page that says the privacy of neighbors?
The building design elements which you have added in, the last line says the term does not include the height, comma, bulk, comma.
Go to the
Yeah,
next
go
page.
to the next page. Orientation or location of a dwelling, so.
There it is. Got it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm looking at it, I'm going.
I know.
The break.
Yeah, no, trust me, I get it
Dot,
too.
dot, dot.
There's so many strike-throughs and underlines, and how to follow it can be interesting. Okay.
It's stuck on the thing on page one, I think.
Yeah, I haven't moved it. I apologize. That's me. That's me. Nope, it's an operator error.
There it is.
Oh, I was looking at my little screen anyway. I had control over here of what I was seeing.
And I was looking at a hard copy because I'm old school and I have to mark things up too. So, okay. You'll see that the compatible design, I'm going to add compatible design and reiterate that I'm on H. I'm going to reiterate the historic structure statement that we have in purpose and intent. I struck out materials because of the Florida statute definition. It's the only reason why I removed it, because that's part of their definition. And we don't really, But I think that if something else happens, we might be able to add it back in. But for now, we're recommending just keeping it consistent with the statute. The parking provisions was
Can we go
updated.
back to, I'm sorry,
Yep.
only this is just housekeeping
Sure.
on E, building height.
Yep.
You've called it the Pasadena Historic Overlay District. It should just be, we're taking the historic out, right?
And, well, now I'm second guessing myself on what I actually did. Okay, so I'm looking ahead. I'm just gonna make sure that everything is done correct. It really should say Pasadena Historic Overlay District. That's what everything is
Okay.
moving forward.
And I agree, especially in the heading of Division 20, it has to be changed too.
Yep, Yep.
That we add historic.
yep.
I agree, the more reference we can make to that,
Yeah.
the better it is, right?
Yeah, I'm just putting a note that anything that, I'll go back one more time when I'm cleaning this up again and make sure. But for all of us, I just want to be clear, what will be located throughout the document is PAG Historic Overlay District. So anywhere that we see it, that it's not noted that way, it will be updated. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay.
I'm gonna also just add something real quick.
Sure.
So, and this is really not so much related to what you've presented, but the base flood elevation requirements in the city code of ordinances. So Brandon was super, I sent an email just saying, do we have anything in our area that shows each parcel and what that base flood elevation is? Because that seems to be a wiggle room, like, oh, well, it's 8 feet base flood elevation, so that means we can build an additional X number of feet. So I don't know if that's something that staff would be able to go through, which I know sounds like a nightmare. I'll volunteer to help, and do each of the parcels and what that potential base flood elevation is, just so then that way for people when they come in and they say, oh, but mine is at 9 feet, or mine is at 8 feet, or mine is at 6 feet. That's just something that I was thinking about because
So everyone has the same 0.
so that way it's not this wiggle room of, oh, but I can do,
Well, yeah, I think in that, Tara, where we have A and B, 8 feet, and, then we use the term design flood elevation. I assume design flood elevation is different than base flood elevation, right? Okay, and is that defined someplace where what design flood elevation is? Is there a definition of that anywhere in the code? Hey,
I
Brandon?
think you can choose.
Brandon.
It's currently 1 foot for residential. It's a requirement that the design flood be 1 foot above the base flood for residential anywhere in the city. It's being evaluated right now, but that's what's adopted.
Okay, so do you think we need to have design flood elevation enumerated as being just what that it's 1 foot above, have a definition of it in that section?
I'd like to say no.
Okay.
For the fact is Brandon just said it's being evaluated, so
Design flood can change.
if
It's
it
actually in the process of
changes,
changing.
then you always have to amend any place that has that metric
Correct.
unless, yeah,
We can go beyond that.
yeah,
But just to get back to,
the map.
what was the request, just so I understand?
well, because
Do you want to know everyone's base
I
flood?
feel like that would be a relevant thing, only because I feel as though sometimes people use that for their wiggle room. And when I say that, it's like, oh, well, I can build to X number of feet because my base flood elevation is, I don't know, I feel like that's something that's always used as a tool to maybe gain height or gain
So,
size. I
I
don't know
guess
if
when,
that's necessary
when
or
someone
not.
comes in to build a home, the base flood is confirmed by the city. They're not just coming in and saying,
Right.
hey, I can build from 10 feet.
Right, but I just feel like it might be a nice tool, but I know that would be a headache.
It just varies, like here, I think it's 4 or 5, down in Paso Grosso, it gets up to 8 or 9, every property is
It's not,
different.
that's right, it's not consistent.
I just think, just being
I think
realistic,
that-
I think the burden of doing that would be extraordinary.
Well, and I also think, I think it's a good tool, but the challenge is it can change. And that is a huge labor-intensive task that within a week could completely change. And then I think that the conversation to have with people that are saying that is to assure them that staff is always validating what someone can and can't have. And if there is a question that when it's in a certain area, that it's easier to ask that question than to have this map. I mean, quite frankly, I've worked in the city 15 years and there's still not a great zoning map. So just to have a zoning map,
Fair enough.
Thanks, Sarah.
just to even have a zoning map that would be better than what we were trying to
Right.
load would be, helpful.
Fair enough.
It's just,
And the
they're
floodplain,
just super hard to do. I mean, I think that's it.
Can
floodplain
you
ordinance
give
can
us,
change now.
can you give us a practical,
Yeah.
show between A and B, what A refers to and what B refers to in a practical sense? I mean, real world, what a house looks like?
What A and B are you referencing?
Oh, sorry, under F, on building height.
It's on building height.
Oh,
See that?
What's the distinction practically between those two?
So I can try to pull up some building plans just to give you an example, but for A would be something like a walk-up if it were constructed without a garage underneath. If
Or
base
old
flood-
home, they elevated 5 feet.
Correct. And to go back to the question that was just asked, typically in Paso Grill, along the avenues, the base flood is 4 to 5 feet above the ground. On the water, it's typically about 6 feet above the ground. That's just, general. So if you were to have, a walk-up of 4 feet on one of the avenues for a new home, A would apply because the habitable space is starting less than 8 feet above
Okay.
grade.
Okay, but that's kind of what I thought it meant. But so let's say you've got a home that's 4 feet above grade, right?
Yes.
You've got a walk up. And so then when we start measuring height, you add a foot or you add 9 feet?
You would start it from the required design flood elevation. So if this were a new build, that floor, the first living floor, could not start anywhere below design flood. So if it started at 4 feet in your example, we would measure height from design flood elevation. So from 4 feet above the ground is where we would start that measurement.
So does that mean that means your floor would be at 5 feet?
If base flood is at 4 feet, the living floor would need to start at 5 feet, yes.
Right, okay, so it's not, so the 8 feet has nothing to do with it, except for that's the demarcation between the two.
Correct. The reason this standard was put in place, and it wasn't just in Paso Grill, it was across the city, was because of the map changes in 2018, the flood map changes. We've measured since 1999 from base flood or design flood elevation, and in the map changes across the city, most properties lost between 1 and 3 feet in terms of buildable height. So this was put in to allow for a limited garage underneath the building without losing living floor height.
Right, so in example one, we're talking about, let's say they're garages, forget garage aspects or storage areas. If natural grade was 4 feet, then you would be, your measurement would start from 5 feet.
If natural grade were to be at 4 feet, but design flood elevation were to be at 9 feet, you would start from 9 feet. You would not start from grade for any of these. It's always from design flood or
Okay.
from a distance
Well,
above
okay,
grade.
So aren't you getting an extra 5 feet then under A than B, or an extra 4 feet?
No, it would generally be the reverse. B would provide additional height than A under
I
the
think
current flood
I
maps.
think you and I got confused, or I'm confused with what you're saying. So I'm talking about a house that, let's say, you only want to go, you want to build it as low as you possibly can.
Understood.
Okay, so it's 4 feet at grade. Your design adds another foot, so it's 5 feet. So when you talk about 28 feet, it's 28 feet on top of those 5 feet.
Correct,
Okay,
yes. Yes.
I think we got, okay, that's what I was thinking. In B, if you're going to use it'd be non-habitable on the first floor, You have to have at least 8 feet non-habitable, and then you get your 28 feet on top of the 8.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct, you understand, yes.
So in that regard, if somebody wanted to build a garage, they have to have at least an 8-foot garage.
Correct,
Is that
yes.
correct? I mean, is that
Correct.
a simple way of saying that?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So if I had a 7-foot high car and I was a 5'10" person, I can't really build a 7-foot garage. Arguably, there'd be no sense to that. You have to have at least 8 feet, let's put it that way.
Right, you have that foot between the floors typically that
Well, like
intersection.
the other day
right,
when we
it's-
had somebody in here and they wanted a 9.5-foot first floor. That was all storage. The way the code is now, technically, they could have that, but it would at least have to be 8 feet.
Correct, yes.
And the reason I ask that is we go in the future, I wonder when people come in and say they need these extra feet because they've opted to have a 9.5-foot or a 10-foot storage area, which if it's truly for storage area, do you really need the ladder to store stuff? And I think we all know what people do at those areas. So, I'd like to keep that area as low as possible so they can't say they got a hardship because they can't put their, elevator shaft on the roof or whatever. So, okay, so that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, in parking provisions, it was just to define Zone 1. And it was just to change that from adjacent to a primary street and instead of just a right-of-way, but it's a front yard area, so that it just had a better definition. Page 3, we've added principal building, and just because we use the term throughout the document, and there was a request to add that. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and again, real-world example, hypothetically, would be somebody that has a garage apartment or something in the back or whatever.
Correct.
So the main house is
Yeah,
what we're talking about.
anytime you're regulating too, or when I was talking about a setback, I'd say primary. So it's just to really define which in some ways already does define, but it's one of those things to just over-define what's obvious, but that was a request, so it got put in.
Okay.
So we had talked to our last meeting, still this month, right? About the parking provisions and driveways. If there's a side yard or alleyway access to the property, the preference is to have the garages and the driveways either on the side yard or alleyway access. Is that?
I think that's dealt with.
That's all, that's been done.
We're going to get
okay.
to that, yeah.
Yep, yeah. But it's good to, because we're in definitions, but that probably just sparked your mind on it, but
The
yeah,
parking-
absolutely.
Yes, it did.
Yep.
Okay.
And do we need a definition of Gestalt principles?
Of what?
Gestalt principles? No, I'm just,
Or is that a request?
You guys
or-
no, it's not a request. I think it looks good. I think it looks good right there. You all can figure that out, right?
Okay.
I mean, I've got rhythm, I understand that, but no.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay, so I want to I think that you all said that you had some things marked up too, but in the next couple of pages, it's really, you'll go to page 4. And it's just a cleanup again of the PAG historic overlay. This was added about the 2 lots of record. I added that it was to be reviewed by this Board of Adjustment.
I'm sorry, Tara, where are you at? What?
Section 2007, page 4.
2007, okay, we got down to there, okay.
Yeah, I just updated the language to still be PAG Historic Overlay District, and the only significant addition was item D, under density, intensity, and assembly of parcels, and that was to add the Historic Preservation Board, Board of Zoning Adjustment, and Council.
Okay, and I like that, very nice, but it's to accommodate additions to existing structures, right? So we're not talking about a new build, we're just talking about existing or structures.
Here,
Yes, here, okay, that's
Yeah.
what, that's want to be clarified.
it's in this document.
Later on, we talk
They're
about
out.
combining.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha,
Yeah.
all right. That's
And it
fine.
also, and then I reference again.
Okay.
I think I've over-referenced, but I didn't think that was a problem.
Yep, okay. I did think we took care of it later, but
Yeah.
I wanted to just point that out,
And
okay.
Sure.
is it okay to use council and commission interchangeably? Or does that need to be commission?
I was gonna clean it up. I actually think Board of Adjustment, there should be a comma to say, like, if applicable. Because if no variances are being requested, then I don't really see a need for the Board of Adjustment to review it.
And then approved by the city commission though, right, instead of council.
Under 20.06, prohibited uses and structures, and I think I brought this up before, but the area where it says, by reason of odor, smoke, noise, glare, fumes, gas, reasons to be incompatible with the character of the Pastor Grill area, would it be possible to add into that the whole neon signage?
I wouldn't recommend putting it in uses and structures, but if we had we could put it in design. I don't know how neon's regulated right now in your overall sign package, but for the city, but I wouldn't put it in that section, but if it's a neon issue, I'm writing it down, and then when we get to a relevant section, we can talk about that.
Okay.
But,
Do you prohibit neon? Is
well,
that
that's, I
allowed,
think,
or-
up in the air a bit, a little bit, I think, some of the stuff, but that's my, what I'm saying is, that type of thing that Danielle's talking about, wouldn't that be more handled in a code situation that already exists?
Yeah, the city's updating its sign code currently, so that could be something we look at. But in both Pastor Grill and in the CRD 8th Avenue, it's prohibited to have any kind of illuminated signs to begin with moving forward, so.
And this is more designed like someone
Sure.
decides they want to build a smelter on the commercial spot or something. I mean, that's kind of antiquated compared to residential anyway, I think. But
You know, and even if we're on a section and something like parking or neon, even if it's not relevant in that section, it's still relevant to bring it up, because if you're
Oh,
thinking
sure.
about it, we're gonna be able to address it and say, yeah, you know, we should put it somewhere, but, okay. All right, moving on. We're blowing past everything. We're on page 5.
Are you being sarcastic?
Never.
we've only been here a little over an hour.
It's an hour and a half and we're on 5, but that's okay. It's moving faster than traffic was this morning, so. No, I just have to insert a little humor in while we're here, you know.
Appreciate it.
That's part of my,
Comedic irony.
yeah, it's part of my scope, I think. Okay, page 5. So added, it used to just say proposed additions, but I also added renovations, because that is just a little bit more flexibility for
I wanna
your
talk
contributing structures.
I want to talk a little bit about that and to give you an example of, tell me if this applies or not. So I had a guy come to me who lives on Pastor Grill, and specifically he lives on 17th, I think. So he's across the street from the parking lot of the church,
Okay,
north side of the church, okay?
and it's a contributing structure?
Yes.
Okay,
All those homes right there on the north side of 17th are old, mid-century, modern kind of homes, okay? And they're all set back the same length from the street. Now, whether that had different setbacks when they were built, I have no idea, or they just built them, you know, to look like their neighbors. The house on the west alley, not on Gulf Way, but it's on 17th, on the west alley, where it's at the alley and 17th. They did an addition to a contributing structure that came through us, and we approved it and stuff. But I believe that they did it under the overlay, I think, or whatever, and they pushed the front of their house like another 10 feet towards the street. Okay? So then all the houses to the east of them now can't see the end of the street or see the beach because, you know, what was a common setback, suddenly somebody juts out. And I think that happened in other locations too, where on the water,
On the
that
water
house
side.
on 15th or whatever that was built, and they built under the setback, and they put it 10 feet closer to the water, and then the neighbor to the north can't look to the south and see the water anymore. And I think that was changed, isn't that right, Matthew, that we kind of took care of that? Remember that was one house that we, but my problem, I guess, is with the historic nature of, and maybe there's nothing we can do about this, but the historic nature of the homes, is there a way we can take into account or have some sort of formula where the setback has to take into account the other houses on that street?
Yeah.
And because, you know, I know
I
the
mean, the
person.
sentence says that, but let me look at the
Because
definition.
the person I talked to said they talked to the city about that, and this was, they talked to someone who's no longer here, and the person said, oh, don't worry, when all the homes are rebuilt, they'll all have the same setback, which is pretty inconsistent with his history, okay? And didn't make that guy very happy, but, you know, I'm worried about that under the overlay that,
Yeah, I can add a sentence that requires that block face to be measured, and you can do an average setback if it's, let's say everybody's setback 15, let's say there's a 15 foot and a 15 foot, and there's an 18, and then might be a 10, you can take an average and then determine what the setback is.
okay?
So that could be for everything in Pass a Grill, or it could be for your contributing structures. So we're talking about contributing structures here. So if you want it for that, you know, there is a variation in the building typologies that have a 5 foot, and that usually will not affect what you're talking about.
Right.
So if it's just the additions, and, you know, I can also write a standard of addition in front, regardless of where it is, that it has to take into account what you're concerned with.
Well,
I think it's just contributing structures that,
Well, let's talk about that for a second, okay? Because yes, you know, south of 8th, for example, where there's parking on both sides of the street,
Yes.
so it's a little bit different. Actually, south of 12th, it's a little bit different. The residences are, you know, most of those old homes are still old homes, and I'm afraid that if one got knocked down and a new structure was built there, then they could come out closer to the sidewalk than everybody else. And so I do think that's something that needs to be in there, not only for the example I gave earlier, which was a contributing structure that they did in addition to, but also to a new build. And
Okay.
another example I'll give, I think it's on 14th maybe, there's a brand new home on Gulf Way on the corner, on the south corner, was built probably 4 or 5 years ago, and then right next to it, just south of it, is a brand new one that is like 10 feet closer to the sidewalk. So those people in the house built 5 years ago, if they look from their front porch to the left, they just see a building.
okay.
And I think what happens is, we don't look at the overall neighborhood, we just look at that lot and say, you can build this on that lot, and we don't take into account how's that affecting the rest of your neighbors.
So if they're building
so what I
within
was-
the overlay, they don't have to apply for a variance for that relaxed setback. If they were applying for a variance, then their neighbors would be notified and have a chance to
Good point. And
voice
that's
their opinions.
ultimately why later on we want to make this
Those are
all.
all-
Only for contributing at this point.
Right.
That's the only time that there is not a variance that's required.
For new construction, even if they're within the overlay, if they're getting that relaxed setback.
But they don't get a relaxed setback, they have to have the standard that the building type requires. So
Yeah, but-
I don't know if there's not really a relaxing of a setback, there's a setback.
Right,
so-
but that allows the setback to be further towards the sidewalk than their neighbors.
What does?
The-
The new building type?
New building, yes.
The way that you have it set up in this example, you're showing a 10-foot front yard setback, but there's a 20-foot setback.
Yes, this is only for contributing structures,
I mean,
not for new development.
Where we are in this segment
Yes,
of the code right now.
2010.
Okay.
Yes.
All
in the
of
headline,
that
right.
relaxed is only as it applies to contributing structures. It is not
Yeah,
for
okay,
new
okay.
development.
Gotcha, okay, but when we get to that point, can we talk about that?
I mean, we can talk about, I mean, I've heard what you said, and what I'm hearing, though, is even if it's contributing, you do not want a relaxed setback if it is not consistent with the block it's on.
Yes, or it should be something that
You know,
should be taken into consideration. Maybe the neighbors say, we don't care.
Well, that's getting ready to happen on 21st, too.
Yes.
okay. So then what I'm hearing is that you want the calculation, you want typically what it is it's a block face that you're on. So it's from street to street that you would evaluate. If it substantially changes that view, that you want them to have a process to go through to have it approved, or no approvals,
No.
they have to meet that calculation? Because I heard two things of maybe a variance they're not going up for or not. So we're just talking about contributing, not new development, because new development we can handle differently.
So on 21st, for example, that's a new
Contributing.
development.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's not this section we're talking about now. But I understand what you're saying, whether it's a situation where you just say no, or whether they can try to get it done.
I don't think we should allow it. I mean,
Well,
No,
okay, that's
even
what
if
we're
it's a
having a discussion.
contributing structure,
Yeah.
putting a front porch on the front and obstructing their neighbor's view now of the Gulf or the intercoastal, I think should at least have to go through the variance process request and notifying and getting
Yeah. And
nod
what
from
I would say is I just need to
affected.
talk to Lynn, and this has been in place, this allowance. I'm not sure why. You know, that from what I remember, which I'm not going to represent it 100% accurate, but from what I remember is this was to help even add a porch or add more historic elements, or to allow a smaller, this was kind of that incentive to allow historic structures to be maintained, that through time, people want more square footage,
Right.
and they might not have had it. So then this was kind of one of those carrots that you were asking about for historic structures.
Right.
And if you want to do away with that, it's okay. I just think that's what the intent was.
Right, I know, I think we need to do it in a variance kind of scenario, so the
Okay.
neighbors have input, and here's why I say that, is
Okay.
because somebody may buy a piece of property and say, I want to add on to it, I don't want to knock it down. But if I can't get another 8 feet of porch in my front yard, or 5 feet of porch in my front yard, I'm gonna knock it down. And then we've got a whole nother
Okay.
set of problems.
So,
So at least it gives the neighbors the opportunity to pitch in. Does
Yep.
that make sense? I don't.
currently in the code, these are exactly what you hear as a board already.
Right.
So I just don't understand why you would add a Board of Adjustment variance when it already comes in front of you as a board before, to get a certificate of appropriateness to even accommodate these reduced setbacks.
Okay, good point. So if it comes.
It already comes, like now, as the language C is in the code currently.
And we have the authority just to say no.
I wouldn't go that far, but no, I mean, yeah, technically, you got, I don't know if you ever have said no.
But we
I
can
just think
deny,
that,
we can deny the certificate if we think it's
Correct.
sticking out too far.
correct.
But would it make sense to put in there the language that Tara's talking about averaging the
I
front
think-
The only
yard?
thing I worry about, my apologies. No, the only thing I worry about is you gotta give someone a permitted use. You gotta have a number for a permitted, I don't need a variance, I can build on my property setback. You can't just say, oh, it's variable, it may be 12, it may be 18. You gotta give them something where they don't have to apply for a variance.
Right.
would it be
Well,
feasible?
we're talking about, right now, we're just talking about contributing structures, doing additions to
just
contributing
additions.
structures.
Just additions and renovations to contributing structures.
Right.
And what I can add in this is part of the, because it says, you know, be evaluated by the historic board. The following setbacks shall be considered. It can be put in there. And I can add, because right now, yes, they are hearing it. But part of hearing this, you're not getting to see what the effects are as a result of that application. So to me, that's kind of the criteria, is that part of the application The checklist is to provide that.
That should be on the check,
So that
exactly.
yeah, and then I can put a note that, you know, it says shall be considered, and I can add that, respecting the, you know, the historic setback of the area, just know that I think that was the encouraging point of why you wanted it.
And I think that's a good thing, but you're right, it's like, and this is no slang towards staff, when we're just saying, no, we're just seeing the vacant
That's not
lot.
looking at it either,
Of
because it's
course,
not them.
They're
I mean,
going by
nobody's
what's
looking at
there,
that.
and then
Yeah.
unless you really go down and stand in your neighbor's
Yeah.
shoes and say, you know.
Until it gets built,
Right.
it doesn't, no one, I mean, that's the
And so
good
it-
news and the not good news about zoning is you don't always look around. It's very
So
possum-like.
That's
May I
understandable,
ask, I
but-
have a question. So, and I don't know if this is feasible or not, but would it be possible to say, as an incentive to somebody to maintain their historic structure, you are welcome to come for a variance, to add on a porch, to add on whatever. If this is a new build, then you start with the average of the block.
Well, the new build already has a front
think
setback
it's
requirement.
Yeah, we're not, let's hold off on the new
Yeah.
build, because we aren't at that
The
part
new
of the
build
code
is
yet.
already
The new build already has a
20 feet, I
standard.
believe. 20 feet. So this is for contributing. So this section specifically.
Is
and
only for
I just don't think we need to add another board review because it already
No.
comes to you. I think
That's
the
fine.
easiest way to handle this, if I may, Chair Lowry, is just to add it to the checklist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it.
So the staff comes in
Compatibility
and
of the
says,
neighborhood.
we've looked at this, and this is where that is.
Very
So we
simple.
know. Absolutely.
Aerial photos, okay, this is
Yep,
where the
yep,
setbacks
okay.
are, and then
Alright.
you all determine whether or not it's appropriate.
Okay, I think that's good. And then we'll talk, when we get the new build, we'll talk about that later.
And the little certificate of appropriateness sign goes in their front yard 2 weeks before the meeting, so the neighbors know what's coming.
It's very similar due process to
And
a
that
variance.
addresses some of the things that you were
Correct.
concerned about,
Right.
that,
Okay.
you know, no one's getting noticed.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, and I just added setbacks provided above are in conflict with the setbacks provided or the building type listed. The setbacks in this section shall prevail. It's just one more measure that allows the flexibility of the contributing structure. And, okay, so minimum building type requirements. The kind of added language talks about minimum lot width and depth standards. There's been a couple of outliers that maybe they had the lot width, but they didn't have the depth, but they can still meet the setback requirements. So just add that provision that, you know, even if they can't be met, that if they meet the setbacks, they're still being able to build by the building type.
We're talking about like really small lots, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah, but there was also, but there's also like house medium, house large, and some, you know, wanted to kind of bump up to get more, even though they could fit into certain criteria, so I just wanted to be very specific on how that worked. I added, because it wasn't in before, building type shall be selected based on the overall minimum and maximum lot size per building type, because that's also been some kind of, you know, unfortunately, you have to regulate to the lowest common denominator sometimes. So it's just to be very clear on what the intent of using a building type is. I do say, because they have had a couple of applicants kind of push back on a building type, so I just added that the determination is done by city manager or designee, just so that there's no more, this is what I want and this is what I should have. And then if an applicant wants to consider another building type, they have to come before you all. If they're having a variance application, so you all get to see that as well.
We get to see it and give advice. We don't have, it's not a certificate of appropriateness that we can deny or anything like that.
No, I don't think you can in any of your
Okay,
stuff,
okay.
but you might as well, but now you're gonna get to see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, okay.
And make a recommendation to the Board of Adjustment.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay, oh,
Should we put that in there and make a recommendation to the Board of Adjustment, or just leave that out? Okay.
No, it says prior to hearing of the practical difficulty variance, which the only board that hears those is the Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
Okay, that applicability and building type assignment. This again is outlining what you're allowed to do, whether you're in redevelopment or new development, because there are some conditions that have happened, I think, in Paso Grill that redevelopment has occurred, or they're taking, 50% of an old structure and then trying to build on it and then not having to adhere to things. So we're outlining what the actual means, non-contributing, but redevelopment and new development. It just, all it is it's talking about and this is where, this is really the only link that talks about the assigned underlining zoning district, and that is use only. So I needed to say that, if you have, because there's, I think, like 6 or 7 different zoning districts in Paso Grill or more, and some have different uses, so we want to preserve those uses. So that kind of preserves it.
So that's under 1A and B, that kind of.
Correct.
Right? So that's.
So there's 2 sections, redevelopment and new development, and then additions. So it's talking about wholesale development, like wiping that parcel, starting new. And then there's additions. So if anything gets added to an existing building, the question was, then what standards do you use? Because when this was optional, the standard that got used was the underlining zoning district parameters. So now, because those parameters are going away, the parcel of land still has to comply with the building type. So the setbacks need to be met, and there has been a few applications that accessory additions wanted to go in the front versus the side or rear. So now it's clear that that's the only place as an accessory structure that you can have an accessory structure is side or rear.
Okay, but, and just follow me here. So I follow what you're saying about the, using the underlying zone uses, right?
Yep, that's what it says.
Yes. So that section, though, is predicated on a later section where we're essentially removing the ability to choose. You follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
The underlying
option.
uses.
No, I understand that.
Yep, yep.
But I'm just saying,
Yep.
but.
Yeah, there is no choice any longer.
Yeah,
That's been
well, but we
resolved.
haven't got to that part of
Correct.
the code yet, right? I just want to make
That's
sure
fine.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, that,
pending approval.
pending, yeah.
Yeah.
What you have before you is, that's how it is.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Will accessory additions include pools?
correct.
So the homes that have addresses on Paso Grill Way that enter from an alley and have put the pool in front of the house on Paso Grill Way would no longer be able to do that, according to this?
Correct.
Which is one of the things that we would have covered in the case that we had at the beginning of the month, where we talked about wanting them to
Right.
Yes.
move things around.
Except for the city's explanation from that was it's a Paso Grill Way address. Right. Yeah, so, you know what he's talking about, that chair, you probably don't, but I'm talking about where you have, between Sunset Way and Paso Grill Way, there's no alley.
Yeah.
What's the front of the house?
Well, front of house would be defined by primary structure, and it would be what's addressed.
Okay.
And again, even one that's got an alley behind it, if it's accessing from the alley, does that mean that
But it's accessing from the alley, but that's not their address, right?
their address would be Paso Grill Way,
Yeah.
but that's now where they wouldn't have a driveway. That's the only place they'd have to put a pool in.
Out of curiosity, is there a lot of pools in front yards out there?
Not
half a
many,
dozen, I
but
better
but
know.
everybody
'Cause I
wants.
know that there's been a couple that have come to Board of Adjustment that have been denied.
Right.
There's about a half a dozen, I think.
Really? That many?
I can't really.
Maybe a little
Staff's
less.
saying yep.
Maybe a little bit less.
Wow.
They're there.
But this.
I think that's why we have the provision in there.
But just so, when Sean mentions this, just so I'm kind of clear, one of the I know we deal with it later a little bit, talking about alley access, and that should be your driveway, that kind of thing. What do we do with the people that say, or how's it handled? I live on an alley, okay? I have an alley behind my house, but I want to put a pool back there and since I want to put a pool back there, I need to put my driveway in the front yard.
I don't know, then you can have your
Okay.
garage off to the side and have your pool on one side and the back, or you can have a detached garage with a pool between the home
Well,
and
they
the
want a really
and the
big pool.
garage.
No, but I'm saying is that stops that from happening. Or the
They
way it's
need
set.
to move
Okay,
to
just wanna make
Palmetto
sure.
or something.
No, well, some people, I think that's, in the past, what allowed them to get a front, build their, there's a house particularly that I can think of on the old part of Pass Grillway on 4th and 5th or something, where we have, parking on both sides. It's a new build, and they got a curb cut, so now the garage faces the street. They park their cars in front of the house, and they've got a pool in the back. So my guess is at some point in the past, that was part of the reasoning for why they were allowed to do that, is because they wanted to put a pool in the backyard. They didn't want to have, so as long as we're cleaning up those kind of potential issues, I'm all for it, but.
Yep. And then also the additions, I just want to point out that because this has happened, if any of the front yard-facing elevation is changed, that landscape standards and architectural elements must be met. So just added that to ensure, if somebody's doing an addition, that they are going to have to meet the intent of that too. Because that they didn't have to. So we are on, so as you see, the residential development option for single-family homes has been removed.
So that eliminates our choice.
Yep.
Excellent. Unless anybody has a comment on that, I mean, I think that's
Yeah.
really the
We're
biggest
mov-
thing
yeah,
in this whole thing,
We're
right?
moving forward as if, just to be clear, right now, what's in place is the Passive Grill overlay is an option. And there are some incentives built in. And now the request has been to remove the option to construct under the underlining zoning district dimensions, to now have the overlay be the only option. The other section 2014, it was called vacant parcels, but when we did our workshops, it was pointed out, which rightfully so, that it was just not titled correctly. So I updated it to lot split and assembly of parcels, that's essentially what it was. And then the assembly of parcels, it talks about what they need to do, and it's also, you have to submit the application to the Historic Preservation Board for recommendation, and City Commission for final determination, and then talks about what you'll review is the historic plat and scale of the overall character, recommend if the parcel split or assembly supports or negatively impacts the overall impact. So those are so now you have some criteria that
So
you had
I-
asked for.
Can I make one recommendation, and this might be just silly, but lot has a very specific definition and parcel has a very specific definition. Can it just be land division or assembly?
I mean, technically, the statute subdivide, and it means both. It means splitting or
Or
accumulating.
adding.
That's what the statute says, but that to me is confusing, because when you think of
Yeah,
subdivision, you think of
then
split.
it seems like splitting.
And when you talk about subdivision, what I'm worried about is typically subdivision comes across as subdividing, which requires you to do other aspects in the code.
Like a replat.
Yeah. What's the concern with what's in now, so that I can maybe see what,
Well, because, some things may not technically be a lot splitting, a defined lot splitting. It may not technically be a defined parcel splitting, but I think that land is a little more comprehensive, and land division or assembly would, I don't know, somebody's gonna pull it apart.
I'm not for, I guess I just need to look at it. I'm, typically, what I have to do in order to change that is I just need to ensure that division in the terms that you want, parcel and lots are defined. They're defined terms in the code, and they're defined terms in the statutes. Division, I just want to ensure that what's happening does not come back and negatively impact the area. So I don't, I'm not for or against that. I just don't understand what the terms get you that these terms don't. So that when I'm researching it, I can ensure that I'm being respectful of the request.
It's just, I just feel like it's a little more, land is a little more general, and lot and parcel is a little more specific. And I think any division or addition,
Do you believe that there's a division of land that is not already a designated parcel or lot in Paso Grill?
I don't know that.
Don't think so.
I don't think so. But let's have well, first off, grammatically, or
Well-
Well, let's, before we move
that
on, I just
point.
want to, I don't want to dismiss it. I just want to understand it, because what I'm concerned about is using land or division doesn't necessarily protect. Everything that we reference in here is the historic plat and parcels. Once we start switching to land and division, I'm afraid there's going to be an argument that says that I don't know how to measure land and division when platting and the historic area refers to lot and parcel.
Okay.
That's my only, and I'm not saying I'm against it, I just, anytime everybody makes a question to me, I'm always trying to figure out if this is gonna help or hurt you. And I don't know the answer, that's why I'm just trying to figure out what the importance of land division versus parcel and lot is, and are we missing something if we do that? That's all.
okay, well, you,
I guess it would be covered elsewhere if there were anything to do with vacating alleyways or easements or right-of-ways, things like that. Would that be a separate?
Yeah, because that legally wouldn't necessarily be a split.
Those are vacations.
Those are like vacations of right of ways and are different in the legal world. Like when you think of lot split or combination, you're thinking, I have two previously platted lots that I'm either combining or splitting. And if they're not previously platted, then there's more stuff that you have to do, like maybe a replat or a subdivision pursuant to statute.
I think that was on our agenda last meeting where we
Correct.
allowed a split of a previously
Platted.
bundled.
Correct. And it's actually going to the
together.
commission
We went,
next week. And the only thing I worry about is like, this is also sprinkled in other portions of our code.
Okay.
So just to stay consistent, I would,
Yeah, that's where
Probably.
I'm kind of leaning, just for the fact is when you do lot split, there's an application, and the property appraiser, that becomes a parcel, and personally, I just think but that's why I was asking the question, because what you said of the concern, so I would probably recommend still keeping it parcel and lot, but I do want to take a look at this vacation of, because that to me is maybe why there was that concern, is you're wanting to make sure easements and alleyways aren't being vacated, or that they're also being considered as part of,
right?
right?
Because they're not necessarily a lot or a parcel,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they could be
yeah.
combined.
Yeah, and I think that's,
that's a great point.
yeah,
Well, we all know that our right of ways get taken over by neighbors.
so I think,
Yes.
for me,
Or
I think-
absorbed,
I think
Or
combined,
that's-
absorbed. I've seen a few that look like
Yeah.
sunken gardens out there, so.
So, for a layperson, I think people understand parcel and lot, and they understand vacation of easement and right-of-way. So I would recommend looking at, and I'll have to talk with staff, is what is the process of vacating an easement or right-of-way? Because I think those are important too, that if something is happening, you all should be part of that. And I don't know if that's addressed here, I can't remember, but would that satisfy the concern?
Yes, as long as we're addressing it somewhere.
Yep, okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, that's perfect. Because I think making those clear distinctions is helpful too, is saying if somebody wants to vacate easements, that's kind of a big deal. Okay, okay.
Okay, let me, question on 2014, we're talking about A, assembly of parcels or lot splits, and then I think we should remove of A. So it should just say assembly of parcels or lot splits.
Yep. Yep, got it.
Shall, right. But here's the question I have. Back on 2012, we're saying that no lot can be subdivided, not split, subdivided to a size smaller than the plotted lot of record. And then in 2014, it seems to be saying that you can split lots. Unless split and subdivided means something different, which to me, it doesn't.
Well, it says it shall not be subdivided to a smaller than the platted lot of record and/or a building lot.
So are you saying that if you've got, if you have two 50-foot lots that are together, but they're platted separately, they could split them into two 50 lots
Yes,
under this one we're on right now, under 2014?
correct.
So it's already, okay.
Yep. So, and because the subdivision of a lot says, what it's saying there is it can't be subdivided to a smaller than platted lot of record or a building lot type.
So if you, okay, I get that
Yeah.
part, and I'm just
So
trying
if you're
to make sure
doing
it's not
that-
inconsistent with this, so.
But this is an assembly of parcels or lot splits.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the lot splits
Yes.
though, at this moment. So if somebody has two 50-foot lots,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and they combine them to one address, it's still technically platted as two lots.
Correct.
So even if they build a house over the 100 feet, if it could get torn down and someone could come in and put that back into two 50-foot lots.
Correct.
Okay.
Not if it gets replatted.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Because
assuming.
if it gets replatted, then it becomes one lot.
But
Yeah,
when
if it's
do
become
things
the
become
one-
replatted? And has it ever happened?
I
I
would
mean,
say so.
down there.
it can
In
happen,
the city's
but,
history, I would say so.
um,
Because when you're planning these things, you don't want people to go back and forth 4 times over 100 years.
Well, I know you don't, but I'm talking about the practical matter of the residential nature of Paso Grillo and the homes being there, you know?
yeah, I mean, I would say that, lot splits have become more, prevalent, but plat, that's usually,
Yeah.
because it's easy to combine. I mean, that's what it's always been.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to, since we're now into another section, and we've been almost 2 hours, does anybody want to take a break for 10 minutes or something? Not me, but just wondering if anybody else.
Thanks for making it clear. Now yeah, sure.
That would be great.
You want to
Maybe
take
just do,
Why not?
15 or what?
Stretch your legs.
yeah, just.
All right, 10 minutes, take a little break? Let's hit Back in action. Okay, Tara, we're at 2015, I guess.
I actually
I'm
have
sorry.
another question I wanted to bring up. I mentioned the accessory buildings in the front yard, et cetera.
Yes.
I think we may need to think about that one or have a little discussion on it. There, in retrospect and thinking after Matthew had asked me, we have several new homes that are going up along Gulf Way that have access from the alley for their drives and putting pools in the front yard facing Gulf Way, as well as Paso Grill Way. There's several that have put in requests for it, as you said, that have been handled in different ways. But is it something we need to address? If the people don't really have a backyard because the alley access would be their backyard, are we going to, do we need to entertain at least maybe the pool aspect of accessory buildings or accessory items? Sheds and et cetera, yes, keep them on the alleyway or on the, that side of the building, but we're not doing curb cuts throughout Paso Grill Way and Gulf Way. So there really is no choice.
It's a board discussion. So I don't have a, I don't feel like my opinion should be weighed on that because I do have a bias on pools being in front yards. Saying that, what I would suggest is if the board does want to be able to have a pool, I think some of the things that potentially happen is not adhering to the setback or trying to get the most out of everything and not a compromise. So the minimum and maximum standards, then somebody goes to the minimum, and maybe the accessory structure has to have a maximum setback, because what we've seen is they're taking advantage of a minimum setback, and then they're wanting to build into the front setback. So if they had taken the maximum at five more feet, there wouldn't have been as much of an encroachment in that front. So that's more of a question for you all, is that would you, in the new builds, they do have the option to not go to a maximum, a minimum setback, and then say, oh, on top of that, now we want a pool, and now we need a variance because we can't do that. So that's been a couple of the issues that are coming in, is maximizing that. I hear what you're saying, so I just need to know what the position is.
Again, it's something I'm more or less bringing up to the board because it didn't strike me till just now rereading it. That if that is the case, then this situation's gonna have to change, and is that really what our goal was? And if it is, that's fine. It's just, do we need to all be sure that we realize that some of these terminologies, wordings, and et cetera are going to change some of the things that may be very common in today's world?
Well,
I think what,
go ahead.
well, I think what she just kind of explained was kind of like a balance, right? Like if you're not going to max out the lot coverage, then maybe you should be allowed a pool. But what we're trying to prevent is maxing out, then building a new building and saying, well, now I need a variance when I just created this mess myself.
Right, so
I guess there's two parts of a question is one, how do you all feel about pools being in the front? And two, if you're for that, I mean, if the answer is we don't want that, then there isn't really another question. But if you do, then would you be comfortable setting a parameter that in new construction, they would, an accessory structure in the front is permitted with the following conditions, which would be the setback would have to be a maximum setback instead of the minimum. And then whatever, I mean, they're just suggestions. I'm not, like I said, for me, like just as an urban person, I just, I'm challenged to how that is, but
Well,
this is you all's area.
Well, that's a question I have is, let's say I would think this, that most people would not want a pool in their front yard unless they didn't have room in their backyard. I mean, I think hopefully that's a hypothetical that's mostly true. Okay, let's say that, okay? And so I think most of the stuff we get are they need the pool in the front yard because they can't put it in the backyard. I mean, it's not their choice, I think, that it's a choice, their choice to have a pool, but they have to put it in the front yard because they can't put it in their backyard.
And why, I'm just curious, why wouldn't they be able to put it in their
Well,
backyard?
because they want to have a maximum, they want to use the whole aspect, or they want, you know, double wide, triple wide driveway in the back, so they don't have enough room for their pool, okay? And we're talking about alleyway.
Yeah.
Alleyway access mainly on Pasadena Way and Gulfway.
Yeah, which is a whole nother issue on the north end when you have Sunset and Pasadena Way, I think, because, I mean.
That several blocks is a little
Yeah.
different, yes.
I'm working on an application for a client in the city of St. Pete, and one of the questions and criteria on the application for variance is, are you asking for this request because of, you've put yourself in this position, basically? Did you create the circumstance
Right.
that is now
Right.
requiring
Yeah.
you to ask for
That's
this
a
additional
statutory
variance?
And that's
So-
where I was headed, where if there's some language that says, if we specifically deal with pools, that it seems to me if we were to say, you know, your pool, if you want a pool, let me just say it like this, not very artful, if you want a pool, then you may have to go by the minimum requirements to put it in your backyard and do what else you want to do. And you can't put yourself, you can't create your own hardship, which is essentially what you're saying, okay? And I don't know about everybody else, I mean, maybe it is, maybe we should it's simple enough to say, right, you can't put a pool in the front yard if we want to say that. And we could actually say that, right? And then it would be up to them, I want a pool, okay, then I gotta be minimum lot line in the backyard.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
A pool's not a right, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
And you have to be able to fit it in to what we've allowed that to happen. And if they don't wanna fit it into what we've allowed that to happen, which has typically been when they go to the Board of Adjustments, they say, no.
Yeah, and that's one of the criteria. I mean, but I've seen variances.
practical.
I've seen variances approved
I mean, technically you can't.
that the property owner has created as well.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, but we can essentially eliminate that with
So-
language, can't we?
Yeah.
Edit?
Pool is not. Yeah, it's not an as of right thing, right? But I think this conversation is going the right way, which is think ahead, essentially,
I
right?
think the other thing and the other thing you could consider is allowing the front setback to be reduced
That's a good point.
if a pool is located in the rear.
Okay,
So you're gonna allow, now, you know, your minimum on a house large is a 10-foot, and would you be okay, and maybe that's something that has to go before this board, so there's a bunch of stuff like flying in my brain right now on this. If you allowed a reduction of your minimum front setback to occur so that they could have more room in their back, that is something that you could do so that the primary structure is always up front. Now,
Then that could
if you
create-
do that, it
Yeah.
could create view
Neighborhood
shed
setback.
issues for everyone else.
Yes.
And they still have to meet the impervious surface ratio requirements, and
Correct.
pools are considered impervious, so.
But remember, like pools are usually in an accessory, and they're allowed in a rear yard setback. So what's happening in some of the areas in Pasadena Grill is that everybody now wants the front yards to be rear yards, even though rear yards, accessories, the reason you have an accessory is because it's always in the rear and it's enclosed, and, you know, it doesn't break the street front, and
Right.
those are the things, so,
well, that's why I'm thinking that, you know, maybe we don't want pools in the front, because think of the effect on landscaping if the pool's in the front yard too. I
you
mean,
have to have a certain height fence for protection.
I mean, there's visually.
Well,
just-
then the landscape gets asked to get reduced because of that.
And, you know, visually, we're concerned with, and later on, you know, with it, if you have alley access, you should be using that for your cars and your garages. Well, putting a pool in front of your house kind of creates the same kind of visual issue that now you have, instead of having a driveway, you've got a flat impervious pool there, you know? And so I don't know whether we shouldn't just be saying we shouldn't allow pools in the front.
And that's what it says now. Just want to be sure that
Yeah.
we all have a good vision of what the landscape and
Yeah.
these changes might impact.
And maybe, like you said, you allow, I mean, if you allow the setback to come closer to the front, give more room in the back, that's one thing, but then you open the Pandora's box
Right.
of your neighbors' setbacks being,
Well, I don't know how much more you could give them considering we're doing away with the underlying, which was 20. Everyone's gonna have 10 feet. I mean, how much more can you encroach into 10 feet before you're on the sidewalk?
yeah, well, I think maybe we should say you live on the Gulf of Mexico, go there. You don't need a pool. Go to the Camelot. I'm just joking, but I'm just saying, you know, that's the reality, is everybody wants their own little enclave so they don't have to go to the beach. It's like, well, why are you here then, you know?
It's weird that you'd want to, yeah.
No,
but
I'm
I
only
totally.
addressing it. I mean, for
No, I
years
didn't
and
mean
years,
you.
the
I just
conversation
meant-
was, how come there's no pools
Yeah.
in Pasquarel? There's really not enough land in the way the homes are designed and the way they fill the lot. There's really not that availability. All of a sudden, it started to happen, and now, you know, we're addressing it. I just want to be sure that everybody understands what addressing it means.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and the other things you can do is you can allow for, you know, a review. If you're located on Pasadena Way and Gulf Way, I just think when that happens, it sets precedents, then the street next to it is gonna say, well, how come they get it and I don't, and, you know.
I'm not in love with
Yeah, no, I
pools.
don't-
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
make sure that we
I
look at
appreciate,
this
no,
from
I
all
appreciate you
sides.
bringing it up, because you're right. This is, when I was saying you, it wasn't you, it's like the person developing. You know, the lots are expensive. I understand why people want as much as they want there.
Mhm.
So,
Yep,
It's up to
just
you.
make sure, I said the words.
okay,
And at looking at preservation versus a new build, if the new build cannot have a pool because of the lot size, and there are no variations that they could drop it in the front, perhaps that would encourage more people to preserve rather than
True.
tear it down. And if they get everything they want and they can max out the lot space with the variances and get the pool that they want, whether it's in the front or the back, versus not getting the pool and saying, well, you know what, the house we have is fine, we'll just remodel it.
Or even a new build, and saying, instead of saying, I want a McMansion with a pool, it's like, well, you'll have to have a
Mid-mansion.
smaller cottage with a pool, and you
you're gonna
can
have
do
10
that.
feet less.
Yeah.
If you want your pool, like, I mean, that's, you know, I mean, I can't blame anybody for trying. They might as well, you
Right.
know. I mean, I would if I had the money to do
We don't
that.
allow inflatables either.
Yeah, so there you go.
So are we saying that somebody would have to come before this board and we would say, no, you can't do that?
No.
Or do we want to say
It's-
something ahead of time?
It's already in there that
It's
they
already in
can't.
there,
Oh,
it's already in
yeah,
there.
it
I just
says-
was
Right,
making
okay.
people aware that
Yeah.
if that's there now, are you
And
really, are you comfortable with all that?
Yeah.
Just because,
Yep.
you may hear about it again.
Yeah.
Beyond that, no.
Well,
And
yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
If
Well,
we're
they're gonna
maintaining
try
our
to do
historic
variance, that's
look,
fine.
there weren't pools in the front yards.
yeah, I think that's great, because, you know, then you have to make a decision on what you want at your house, not max, max, max.
Well, and I guess I just have a question going into setbacks, because we talked about this with contributing structures. If we're doing away with the underlying zoning district, and everyone now has a 10-foot street setback
Minimum.
minimum, then how do we tell someone who's contributing that they can't have a 10-foot? Because their neighbor has a 20-foot, right? If we're like changing the overall.
Are you talking about on new builds?
Wait a minute.
Well, because, yeah, when we talked about contributing,
Yeah.
we were talking about like the percentage or looking at surrounding neighborhoods. But if we're doing away with the underlying, which is 20, and making it 10-foot minimum, how are you going to tell someone that has a contributing property that if I go in and build new, I can get 10 feet, but if I expand on what I have, I can't because my neighbor has a 20-foot?
Right, well, didn't we kind of leave that up in the air? Because we were on the section about contributing structures, and we're gonna
Yeah.
start talking about on new builds. Since we're talking about it right now, on new builds, can't you potentially use that average terminology for the street fronts? So new build might have to go back, have a 15-foot setback because their neighbors are all 20 feet.
I think the way this is set up, at least in 20.5 for house large, the maximum is 15.
Well,
That
I'm
example,
just saying, like,
the example you used on 17th, by the way, it was a new build on the main house, and that's why it
It went to
adhered
10.
to the different, that's why it came
because
forward.
it used the overlay.
right, but it was.
I'm just saying these
But they
are the
kept the
things-
original house, though.
No.
That was a whole
The original
knockdown?
house was a whole new rebuild. They kept the garage apartment.
That's right, they kept the garage apartment. That was what remained, and the whole house was a rebuild. Okay.
Well, just to remember Hurley's point about, are we sure when the pools, because there's not consequences, but kind of a domino effect by removing the underlying, which gave you greater setbacks. Essentially, everyone is going to be allowed a 10-foot setback.
Yeah,
You know, like, so just keep that in mind, because if someone comes in front of you for a contributing structure and says, you're not really reducing their setback if everyone gets a 10-foot. So there's no incentive for them
that actually needs to be removed.
anymore, if that makes sense.
That's another one of those flaps.
What I would say is that it can go to, instead of having a metric, that they're allowed to ask for that if it's a reduction. I don't think it's gonna happen anymore, though.
No, me either.
I'm-
But I would take out the table, I guess, and
Yep.
just,
Well, the secondary front is 5,
Yeah,
the
that-
side yard is 10%, and the rears are different, too.
correct. It was just the front I was
Yeah.
kind of,
What are we looking at now? Under house large?
yeah, that
Yeah.
was the next,
Yeah,
all of these are gonna have setbacks
no,
though,
I get it.
which is what triggered.
So when you're saying, so the street setback is 10 minimum and 15 max, you're saying what? We need to change that or leave that the same?
I'm saying, when we talked about contributing structures and this board offering a reduced setback, the front yard was 10 feet, that's not really reduced, because everyone gets a 10
Because now
foot.
it's the norm.
Correct.
Yeah.
It was reduced before when the underlying
was
was
20.
20. But now it's not really reduced anymore, because everyone gets a
Oh,
10.
okay, so,
So I guess what
Yes.
I'm getting at is we need to take the table out of 20 point, well, maybe not
Well,
the whole
I
table,
just think the front yard.
Just the front yard.
And I think that the
on the
metric,
contributing structure. part.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Well, but into you guys' conversation, right? Like, oh, it looks weird with my neighbor. Everyone's going to be 10 foot now. Because there's no underlying 20. So I'm just kind of making you all aware of that
because there really aren't a whole lot of back back
that's
when
for
this
new
was
builds.
originally done, I think I measured quite a bit of the single-family structures to ensure, that's how that min and max came in. There's not a whole lot of 20-foot setbacks in Paso Grill. I mean,
Most of them are all built closer
yeah,
anyway.
they're actually built, some of these are still gonna be built a little bit farther. So the minimum is 10 and the maximum is 15. I don't know if you wanna do averaging when it's just a 5-foot variation. I don't know if you wanna, unless you're very visually and spatially gifted, it's very hard to see 5 feet. I mean, I would probably defer to,
I think it's
an
so
expert too, but-
site-specific as far as, you know, what you
That's why
see
the
from your
range
neighbor's
is-
porch. It's so site-specific.
Yeah.
so.
Well, but just so, I think, so the example I was talking about on 17th, and now Sean was correct, that was a new build, and so. the
probably
people-
not in the overlay, right?
No, they built it in the overlay.
Okay.
So they could take advantage of
So
that.
they were whatever, X number of feet closer, which blocked off the contributing structures from being able to see. And so what we're saying is, that's the price we have to pay to get rid of the underlying. There's no, there's not going to be any kind of a situation where we can ameliorate that situation where a contributing structure might get their view blocked.
That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? And we just have to
Correct.
live with
You're gonna
that.
have to, because the goal is to get rid of the underlying, which means,
Right.
and I can almost guarantee if a minimum is 10 foot, 95% of people are gonna ask for 10 foot.
Right, okay, on new structures, right, I get that. Can we change the setbacks on the new structures? Instead of making it 10 feet, making it 15 feet or 12 feet with a maximum of 18 feet or 20 feet? Or does that get into a area where?
Well, then I guess,
Because
The 20, it was 20, and that, Paso Grill is not 20 feet, maximum setbacks.
It was
So, when I walked,
Average of existing.
and average of existing, there's not 20-foot setbacks.
Okay,
So if you do that, all new development is sitting back farther from any of the
okay,
existing.
okay.
So, yeah, so I don't really know. I mean, if you, I guess I haven't seen whatever you're talking about to see
Right.
what the measurement is and
Right.
whether this is a one-off or if it's gonna be,
A
Yeah.
continuing problem. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah.
Well,
But I'll take a look at,
I'm comfortable with what you're saying
can
about,
you give me the address of that? Because I'm just gonna look at it.
it's on, I don't know the exact address,
Okay,
but it's
where
on
is it?
17th.
Okay,
It's on the north side of the street.
Okay.
Across the street from the parking lot.
At the church.
the
17th, maybe?
I can,
And it's on,
17th.
on the alley. The house, the new house is on the alley.
okay. I'll take a look at it.
And then there's gonna be the houses to the east of it that are set back, that have a,
And then there's another situation on the west alley on 21st Avenue, on the south side of the street. The house has already been scraped. The neighbors were concerned about the same situation.
Okay,
but that house now hasn't been built. That's just a vacant lot right now.
okay.
that address on 21st would be 108 21st. And I can give you the one on
You
7th.
have them? Are you that familiar that you know what the setbacks are that they used, or?
So with that one, yeah, it's around 12, because they have the stoop and everything as well that's required, so with that setback, but,
Okay, so they went to a 12-foot.
But I guess the question would be like 106 and 104,
they're further back.
do you know what their setbacks are there?
I don't off the top of my head.
And
I can
that-
look.
Tara, that's the contributing structures that are saying that, their views being
Okay.
blocked. So I
All
don't know.
right, well, I want to take a look, and then,
Okay.
and then, do you know the other one that's 17 North?
Yes, that's 109 17th Avenue.
10. Do you remember that?
No, because that was done 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm just, now I'm interested, so, not that I wasn't, but, I just want to, if I can look at it, then I can see.
I got you. I mean,
And
I'm taking the thought process of those houses are way further back in the setback than they probably
they
are.
probably are.
Yeah.
You're talking maybe 3 or 4 feet.
And it could be a one-off kind of situation. which-
Well, and another thing with taking away the underlying to think about is with reduced setbacks and front entry garages. I see it all the time. People don't park in their garage and then they're parked over the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I
And
don't know how
we've
we-
allowed if they're parking in the front, they can set back an additional 5 feet to ensure the parking in the front is met, and
But
they're
see-
not over
But
there.
see, along those lines, or the way you're thinking,
It's like
Yeah.
I want to prevent.
those are on, but all those places, most of those places are on alleys, so they don't have the option if we go further into this of being in the front.
Yeah, it's, the maximum setback's allowed to increase up to 5 feet if a driveway is necessary.
Well, we need to earmark that situation, because here's, just going to throw this out, a problem that I see, south of 12th, there's parking on both sides of the street, okay? Or, yeah, I guess actually 9th and 10th, anyway, to make a difference, in that residential area, there's parking on both sides of the street, so alleys are much, much more important, okay? And there's been a couple homes that have gotten cuts in front of their house, which we want to kind of put a stop to, because
Yeah.
now making these are alley. That area between 22nd Avenue South and 12th, there's parking on one side of the street. So those houses on that side don't have any to speak of, don't have curb cuts because they use their alleys. The houses on the other side that have an alley, I think are routinely getting curb cuts because there's not parking there. But what they've then therefore done is they put their garages in the front.
Yeah.
They're not using their alleys, and so we got to try to stop that as well.
I think we have language
I
in
think
that.
we need to require an additional setback for front entry garages.
Yes.
We did.
But the first thing we do is we try to discourage them, because if they're on the alley, they should not be, just period, shouldn't get a front. Shouldn't
Yeah.
build it that way.
Well, right now it says when a parcel is not located within alley access, maximum setback may increase up to 5 feet if a driveway is necessary to park up to one vehicle.
Okay, well, so for example, you know that,
Oh, sorry, I missed the
okay.
I told
the fine print.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you know that,
it's not fine print, it's a footnote.
Sorry.
so,
It's in that place where it drifts off the page. I have the same problem.
so you know,
Fine print.
you know the picture I showed of the two houses and the one that's very
Yeah.
modern looking? So that's on a corner, all right? It's on Gulfway and a corner, so it has an alley behind it. But that house was built with the garages facing north. So they had to they have curb cuts that, 'cause there's not parking on the south side of that street. But there's a whole design that shouldn't have been made that way, in my
Yeah.
opinion. It should have been made with the back end, the alley as being where they get access.
So the recommendation is that that won't happen.
Exactly,
Yeah.
so
So it's in there to cover it. Yes, I think we covered that one.
Yeah. And if I can, and we can work, but I would prefer to see may be shall for the driveway.
Where are we looking at on that? I'm sorry.
What Tara pointed out. Unless, I mean, I just worry that when you say that, people are going to say, well, I still want a 10-foot and I'm going to put a driveway here. I want them to have to increase the setback. Because it
What
bothers
if they
me.
don't want?
If a driveway is necessary, I think that language is okay. If they don't want a driveway, then I think,
Okay,
So you're saying made to shell, okay.
if they do
no
want a
problem.
driveway, I think,
Sorry, you're talking about
Gotcha.
shell driveways.
I just helping code enforcement out.
yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
And just as a side note, all of the building types used to have accessory structure envelopes, but we kind of went through and internally and determined that that accessory structures are dealt with in another section of the code, and staff wanted to keep it that way. It's not going to affect, it actually allows a little bit more restriction, so I think that'll be fine. And then these are really, we can kind of go through all the building types, but those were the changes that were made. We were made consistently through all the building types about the lot width and how you determine things. A lot that's adjacent to the bay or beach is permitted to exceed the maximum setback requirements. That's always been in there, and then the provision on the driveway got put in. So we'll go all the way to,
I got a question though, sorry, I'm
Yep.
popping up here.
No, go ahead.
On how small, we have these street setbacks as 5 feet and 10 feet.
correct.
So that changes from the 10 and 15.
Yeah, it's the only one because of the size of the lot.
Okay, so as a practical matter, are there any lots that fit that?
Yes.
Yes,
What the?
Yeah, I think there's actually a 28,
What?
6th Avenue.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was specifically why it got put in. I actually think that there's a couple of house widths that are 28.
There's some with 40
29.
by 40s, and then
Yeah.
there's some on 22nd. that
So
are
on a
somewhere else.
40,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
so,
how we
okay, so
determined
those
it.
40 by 40s, for example, and then there's even the original
There's a
school.
50 depth
Yeah.
in some of them,
Well, most of them are 40 by 50,
right?
yeah.
So if you had a maximum, I mean, the buildable lot size is so small, so
No,
that-
I agree. I'm just trying to think
It's not gonna
practically
block
in my
a view.
mind whether those homes right now are built, how far, a 5-foot setback is pretty minor. I'm just wondering if any of them are even built with that setback in mind yet.
some,
These are they're all contributing right there right now, I
yeah,
think.
some of
pretty
them are
much.
right on. Some of them are literally right by the sidewalk.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That
Because we kind of looked at those when we first drafted. I think that was your,
Go walk down there.
Yes.
you came with all the specs, because that's how we did the house small.
So the point is, those are all gathered basically in the same area. So it's not like
Yeah.
there's a lot in the middle of the block that suddenly gets to go up 5 feet closer. 'Cause I don't think
Yeah.
there's any.
No,
like-
yeah, it was, okay, moving on up. And I think we'll pick back up at, let me see. It should be page 35, so let me kind of move in there. Look at that, we're flying through these things. Okay. I'll just share with you 2016 private frontage. It looks like it's new text, but most of it isn't. For some reason, when Muni Code took the sections, they put the language in private frontage in a different spot, so that's when I finally figured out that's probably why some of the frontage details were getting lost, because that particular paragraph was not codified correctly. So we're kind of doing that. And I just added some clarification. And also, staff had asked a question on when redevelopment occurs and a building, is being improved by 50% or more, that would they have to do a private frontage? And, we had determined that at that point at 50%, they should be doing a private frontage. And the private frontages are porches, stoops, and then there is one that is just a common yard. So it's not pretty, I don't think it limits anyone, so we just had that. Then you could have a forecourt, but all those things really didn't change. This is again in common yard. Now I'm on the one that I kind of want to, it's on page 38 of 48. That again hits home on the common yards located between the front line and the building line of a parcel. Pools, accessory structures may not be located in the common yard area. So that's the other criteria that's put in there.
So you may have two parcels combined, a house built on one and a pool put on the other. And from the street, it looks like the pool's in the front yard, but it's truly behind the setback for the structure, so it's not considered front yard, right? Or common yard.
Okay, say that one more time.
So if you have a double lot, and you've got a house built on one lot, 10 feet back from where you're supposed to be, and then a pool on the other lot, 10 feet back, it looks like it's in the front yard, but it's not really, because it's behind the property line, behind the building
Do you have
setback.
that situation, or?
We're going to.
Yeah.
Really? Have they combined the lots yet?
Yeah. About 2 years ago, it's down there at about.
Well, if it
6.
combined the lots, it's not.
Then it's one lot.
It's one lot.
Well,
Well, I
okay.
mean, but it's double wide. Okay, nice big lot. So you have room for a house and a pool side by side on the.
I mean,
on the
technically,
street
if it's
side.
sitting back the 10 feet, yes, it's
Yeah,
it's
Then
not
it-
considered
Yeah, so
part
it's
of the
not
front.
considered front yard.
Technically, it's more, looks like a side yard,
Yeah.
although they're gonna put a pool.
Yeah, I mean, if it's outside of the front yard, yeah. Even if it appears that way, yeah. Yeah, it's permitted. Yep.
I'm kind of okay with that, really.
Yeah, I'm okay with that
Yeah,
too.
okay, yeah.
I just want to make sure that that's.
Yeah, that's interesting.
allowed, even though it kind of visually, it looks like it's in the front yard, but technically it's not. So
Yeah, as long
front
as it's
yard
not in
and
the front
common
yard
yard are
setback.
not necessarily interchangeable, but in this case, it would
Yep.
be, so, okay.
Yep. Okay, let's see, yeah.
And I got a question on that common yard stuff.
Yep.
Okay, the front yard is required to have a minimum of 1 canopy tree, shrubs, and ground cover. T- So can I put in a 3-foot tree that's gonna be a canopy tree in 50 years? Or do I have to put in something that exists as a canopy tree?
I think canopy trees are defined in the city's code. What's the minimum of that? It's got to be 8 foot or 12? Okay. So it's
That's
just
the
12
top of the
foot.
leaves, I guess, top of the canopy? Okay, so they do,
Yeah, there's a
because
minimum.
I'm concerned that a lot of people put in, immature plants that take forever to block anything, and so, okay. that's
Yeah,
good.
I think that's why it's not defined here, is because that minimum standard. But if you want, I can add that and reiterate it. Is it in there, you think? It is, right? Canopy? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can put it in here too, if you want.
Oh, I don't care. I mean, as long as everyone's on the same page there. Well,
Yeah,
you can't,
or
but,
as defined in blah, 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 or whatever.
Yeah, I'd rather just put the metric in. Okay.
Does that 12 feet include BFE though, or is that?
I'm gonna go measure it.
Big
'Cause it
fans of
should.
you. Just so you know, full disclosure, it's getting higher. So,
The canopy trees aren't?
no, BFE.
BFE.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, that's why we should make them,
Just so you're not shocked when
make it a 18-foot canopy tree or
you're
something.
gonna end up there at one point.
Okay.
And you're going to come measure?
I do, joking aside, this BFE has changed everything, that you wonder, like the canopy definition, if that's a pre-FEMA height, you know what I'm saying? Because 12 feet, when you got a 20-foot house, means something. 12 feet when you got a 40-foot house doesn't really block anything. Especially some of these new homes that the sides look like a bank building, that you got a couple bathroom windows and nothing else. And there's no requirement, maybe we can talk about it later, of actually having some trees with some height that, you know, take away something other than the first floor. That's for
There's a
another, that's for another day, I
requirement.
guess.
If the,
Plant them in your 10% setback, side setback.
But, yeah, what kind
Next
of
to the
tree,
air,
what
next to
kind
the
of,
air conditioner.
yeah, in a 4-foot setback, how high a tree can you have, right?
yeah.
Not very high.
Especially when you're putting a sidewalk there to take your garbage to the front yard.
But you do have to screen the building.
You had to. You had
We
to.
know that's going on, something else is happening. That was just a shot, right?
You guys want a definition of trash pickup in here?
No.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Okay. I'm almost afraid to say anything, but, so 2017 building height, nothing has changed here. However, there is, and this is just the, kind of the same thing that was in the definitions. I do realize that, well, it's not really in Pascagoula, it's in the CRDE on that building height measurement. So this building height measurement is staying the same. Minimum off-street parking requirements.
Oh, before we move on, this is a request for staff. You know, when we get these proposals at these meetings and they have the plans on there and stuff, we can never see the heights, you know, because it's so reduced and stuff. And I'm wondering whether we could just have, because I find heights still to be incredibly confusing as to how we come to those terms, you know. And thank you earlier, Brandon, on helping me with the design and all that kind of stuff. But is there a way we can maybe add that in bigger letters so we know exactly what some of those heights are and where they are? Because that's clearly is one of the biggest thorns in all of us, is that,
Yeah.
you know.
I think
And that's just more for presentation purposes than it is for any of the code. But
Like a more legible survey?
yes. Yeah, I mean, you know, because it's being reduced to, I get that, but, you know, and I'm.
Yeah,
my
but you
eyes-
can ask, like other places I work, you know, you can ask 11 by 17 and have details blown up of specific things that you want.
So I have a question here, about, where were we there? Where it refers to finished grade. So that's different from natural grade?
Where's that, just so you know where you're talking about?
The building facade requirements, the base flood elevation, and then the finished grade
Oh,
is
yes.
determined by the base flood elevation and the finished grade.
That sounds redundant.
It is, I think back before the other term has been used, was finished grade used to,
Or is it determined by the BFE and natural grade?
do you remember why that?
Yeah, I think the question is, how much can you add to your grade and then call it finished?
Well, there isn't a minimum or maximum to it.
Or is or is not?
Here, let me see what that might have just been,
It's just part of the graphic, I think.
yeah, it's just part of the graphic.
It's not part of the measurement.
Yeah. So it's just, thank you, Brandon, for reminding me that it was actually me. Okay, B. So here it is. It's just showing you, when you're looking at a house plan, what you're looking at. So that is, you can see where this little area is. That's where all of the base flood elevation and then that +1 would be. And that B is what most people will look at, which is how the house is being built.
But is that B the house design 1 foot that we talked about
No.
earlier?
It's finished grade.
It's in between. Yeah, the D, see how that is D, that's where things are measured.
Okay, so here's my question. So let's say my house, and I assume natural grade means the
Without
way it is
fill.
when it's raised and it's just on dirt, right?
Yep.
Okay. How much can a person add to the grade? Is there a limit?
I don't think you
Is there
can,
definition?
can you?
Are you allowed to bring in fill anymore to start construction?
And again, I think this might be changing under the revised flood ordinance, but on interior lots that are not past the limit of moderate wave action line, I believe limited fill is allowed. I believe it's more for lot stabilization, not for any other purposes. Any property that is on the east side of Paso Grill or on Gulf Way is typically cannot have any kind of fill. So
Typically what?
cannot have fill. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I know I'm playing devil's advocate here, but can I, on those areas that I can put in fill, can I put in 4 feet of fill and then call that my, I mean, because, so when the water comes in, it only comes up to the edge of my yard because my yard's 3 feet higher than the street. I mean, do we need to have that defined to keep that kind of behavior from happening, unless it just says you can't fill, you can't use fill?
Right, and I'm looking that up here.
yeah, I would stay consistent with what the citywide is, which I would assume there is definition. And while Brendan's looking that up, the only intent of this illustration wasn't, it was to give applicants and the board an understanding of when you're looking at something, the, where you measure your height. And D is the total and how that gets measured from the finished grade of the home, even though the total, because we won't know what the base flood elevation is. So that's the only reason why. So we don't have to, if it's complicated, anything, we can take it out.
No, I'm just trying to get it,
It's not a metric assigned.
right, but,
To it.
some houses, I'm on the water, the seawall, okay, so when the water came over the other day with the hurricane, it was about 5 inches over my seawall, but it only went about 3 feet into my yard because there's a natural slope there. When that was done, I don't know, and so I'm glad that was the case because it looks flat and I didn't get, a lot of water up in my yard, but it strikes me because of this, the water change and all that kind of stuff, that people will be more inclined on a new build to add as much and change their grade.
I would think.
And I'm just wondering if there's
I'm
any
not-
kind of parameters
I
or
don't
anything
think
we
you would
have
allow
that limit
it.
them to do that.
Because people would already have been doing it.
Right, it's only allowed for stem wall construction. It says minor amounts of fill, that's not defined, but it's very small amounts. You can't flood out the neighbor, it can't, it can't go.
Okay, good.
Right.
I assume that, all right, excellent, all right.
Okay, but that brings me to a question. So we have alleyways that have been elevated over years that have now made adjacent properties below grade. And now those properties flood and hold water. They don't have a choice if they try to redevelop?
Per the code, at least what's adopted currently, it's only for stem wall construction. Minor amounts of fill can be brought in.
That's a good point.
The alley is the new zero.
Yeah, yes, either the alley has a puddle in it, or
I'm
they face a
just
puddle in it.
suggesting it as something that's out there, that
Matthew,
you have
that-
properties that are below grade on
Adding up white
adjacent to the
alleys
alleys and
over
they
there.
fill with water.
How many demerits am I getting today?
I think we've addressed the off-street parking requirements already, but I'll just highlight them again. This was just to talk about parking, and it was brought up in definitions, but this is the access to and location of parking areas. So not only do the building cut sheets identify where you can park, this is also, again, defined where it's permitted, and it's rear and side, and then access shall be provided via the alley. What we had talked about last year was that you have some alleys with different widths. So it's the alleys that have 15 feet width shall not place parking in the front yard of the zoning lot, nor will be provided. So any of the alleyways that are smaller, I had heard back then that that would be a challenge, so that's how we determined that.
What would be a challenge?
Parking in an alley less than 15 feet.
Okay, well, I think before we finalize what we do this, we need to find out if those exist and where they exist.
I think that
I think we need to do a full survey of the alleys, personally.
Yeah, and I don't mean so we can start
For so many
tearing stuff
reasons.
down or changing.
Oh, no,
things.
but that's essentially what will occur.
No, because
You can't encroach on right-of-way. You do it long enough, it becomes your property, and that's my issue with this.
well, I get that, but the one question I would have, but you probably know the answer is, you know, when were the alleys actually like platted? Because a lot of homes were built here and there when there was no street system, you know, prior to cars. And so that's why we have some houses that are way off on setbacks and things of that nature. And so when did they say this is city right of way? Alley is this wide, this wide, this wide, or is that just something that came into effect organically over time that people have said, oh, this is the city's? I mean, that's just a question I have. I know you probably know the answer because it's not like it was a plat. Well, it was somewhat of a platted
Some of the
community,
plats were
but I don't know
done.
if it was with
Yeah,
including
there's
the
been some
or
alleys
not.
in the original plat.
Correct.
And so the next thing is a lot of those east-west alleys, which the north-south alleys I think are all probably 15 feet or mostly that's the situation. I've been looking into the alleys lately. But the east-west, many of them haven't been maintained in a real long time. And so, you know, to say 15 feet when one of the alley's 14 feet, does that mean the people, even though they could get their car back there, now they get a curve cut? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's important that the alleys are in shape that they can accommodate what this is trying to, you know,
Yeah.
put apart. Because I'd hate to have, let's say 15 feet, which is pretty wide, but does that mean that's what you have to have for a turning radius? Probably not.
No, I mean, you
you
can
know,
actually
so-
do 11. I'm not remembering.
So I'm wondering
how
whether we need to
15
either drop down that, make it less than 15 feet, as long as we can accomplish cars getting into an alley, into a driveway.
Well, and I think the surveys, they matter for setbacks too,
Sure they do, yeah.
right? Because if you're like 10 foot from the alley, but the alley, I don't know, if the right-of-way's in the middle of the alley, then.
alleys in Pasadena, know what they are?
We have some surveys. I don't know.
Okay, all right, so we'll take a look at, you know, I think initially that was just a metric that's done in the code. We can, I mean, you can go as low as 10 feet and still have an operational alley per engineering manual, so, you know, we can stick to that of
Well,
what's considered.
I mean, at the moment, I would say, yeah, that's what it should be, okay? Because what I
we
think
can
we don't
rely on
want is, you know, Pasadena every block is unique, especially as far as the alleys and where the homes
Yes.
are built on it, okay? And so what you don't want is suddenly all sorts of stuff taken down or curbs put in areas that really aren't needed on some alleys, maybe in some alleys they are. And so it really almost, in my opinion, has to be almost a block by block use. And so I'm reluctant to say
Put a
15
metric,
feet when,
yeah.
and that may require.
We might just do a minimum, I mean, because if it's not more than 9 or 10, you know, I'll look at, ITE has a recommendation as well as CNU on, I mean, the width. So you could probably rely, you want to have at least the minimum. I don't think you have to have, you know, because if it's not, if you have an 8-foot alley, you can't force people to go down it if they can't use it.
True, but I agree, and I don't know if we have those, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think we need to find
So
that
we're
out.
gonna look at that. Okay,
Right.
yep, I hear you. Okay, so,
Because, I'm sorry to say this too, people also, I could live on an alley that's so clogged in the back on the east-west that I can't get access to park behind my house. But I didn't ask for a curb cut, I'm just gonna get a pass to park on the street. And
yeah,
it's not a big deal, but so some people will do things like that. But what do we do with the people that want to be demanding and want?
correct. Okay, we'll take a look at what the widths are. And the alleyways, and driveways. So this is just, again, the same language we've already talked about. The new language that got put in was about circular driveways. Because you've had some circular driveways come in, and staff's had a little bit of a challenge evaluating the driveway, so we developed some additional standards that, what's happened in the circular driveway, a couple of things, the landscape then isn't being met, like, people will say they need that, and then they get immediate relief of the landscape standards.
Yep.
So
And then
now.
they don't park in their garages, park in their driveway.
Yeah,
No,
so,
seriously.
yeah.
That's true.
And so now there's some criteria that if it does happen, the two things, like, one of the things that we saw consistent on the newer development is the screening of the elevated buildings wasn't always happening. So, and some of it was happening as a result of these circular driveways getting put in. So now it's saying that if you do this, you have to have a justification that demonstrates the need for the driveway, and the priority is the transportation, circulation, and safety will be reviewed and determined. So just because you want a driveway doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it. Is that there has to be a reason to have that. And then it's also, the screening criteria has to be met too. So that's going to eliminate some of it. Landscape standards, we didn't make much changes to those. Did add a little bit of clarity on the fence setback. It just is talking about that no fence, because some fences, some people wanted to have more than 4 feet in height, closer to the front line, so we've just been really clear that that is not the case. So just, further clarification. The screening of elevated buildings, I just clarified a few other things too around the portions of the buildings of where the screening, so, when people are installing it, then there's this discussion of, well, where exactly do I need to put this? So now we're outlining exactly where you have to do it. The minimum of the 3-foot wide landscape area. Again, these are, they were implied, but we've gotten some pushback because it didn't specifically say it was the length of the building and garage. So now that's in, or if it's visible from the street.
So I saw something there regarding mulch and ground cover.
Okay, let me get back in here.
That's B4.
Yep, that's been in the code, is that they're not permitted in lieu of vegetation unless they're provided as an accent or focal point that enhances the design.
Okay. I do have a question about mulch with regard to all of our new drainage systems.
Okay.
A lot of our flappers are getting stuck because when the floodwaters rise and mulch washes out of everybody's yards, they go down these new storm drains and jam up the flappers. Then the flappers can't operate properly, and then the water sits in the street because now the flapper's stuck with mulch. That's something that floats really easily and is becoming a really big problem. And, I can go out there and scoop it off the drain, after the water recedes, but a good portion of it has already gone down.
Okay.
So I don't know if at some point we need to visit mulch and ground cover and garden bed materials because of that system.
I think that's a good point. What we're talking about is either storms, right? Let me phrase that. Maybe we have something to do with landscape borders that contain the mulch, because, one thing is when a hurricane comes through and we get, once every 10-year kind of water, which is the real problem you're talking about, as opposed to heavy rains.
Oh, just last week when we had heavy rain.
I know, but my point is if there was a requirement for an edge a heavy rain probably wouldn't float that stuff out as opposed to standing water in a hurricane. I don't know, I'm just trying to say that, you know, I think there's,
Yeah, I think
because I
that's a
agree
good
with you, the
point.
mulch does float and it causes problems.
Well,
And
right now, it's only allowed as an
There's
accent.
non-floating mulch available.
Is
Put
there
that out
really?
there. You only have to put it down once.
Right now, you're only allowed,
On TV or not?
right now, you're only permitted to have mulch as an accent or a focal point that enhances the design. I can add additional statement that talks about it being self-contained, because right here, it's not really required to have that edging or that it's being contained in an area. So I can add that, and hopefully that'll solve the issue that you're having.
It won't solve the issue on my street specifically. No. Heavy rain and the water's halfway up our yard, so anyone who has mulch in their side gardens or front circular drive landscape
Yeah.
bed, it's all down the street. Or in my pool.
Okay,
That's funny.
so
Well, maybe
don't
you-
put that in, and, I mean, what do y'all,
More expensive,
I
but you
assume
only
so.
put it down one time.
So do you want to put a barrier for mulch, or?
I mean, at the minimum, or just,
Could we just take mulch?
I would just love to
Out of
see
it?
mulch out.
I mean, what about, can we say shall?
well, it says it's not, it says it's not permitted.
Everyone loves that word now. Shall.
It says it's not permitted. You know, permanent mulch materials such as organic mulches, stones, and recycled inorganic ground cover are not permitted in lieu of vegetation. So that could be the end of the sentence, and then it's not unless they're provided as an accent, and you can prohibit it moving forward. If you only want mulch or mulch materials, I can add that and remove organic mulches and mulch materials and prohibit that, and then the sentence stays the same with that accent and focal points that you would be able to have stones and inorganic ground cover material if they're the accent.
Well, maybe we put in there somehow reference the floating materials. I mean, because I'm trying to think of the practicality of some of this stuff, you know. One thing is if you've got a bunch of tiny plants and you put some mulch between them, okay? Another thing is if you've got like a huge palm tree that the roots of such, you know, like a royal palm, you can't grow anything under it because of the way the root system works. And so people put mulch on that so it doesn't just look like some gnarly thing coming out of the ground. And so it's not really a focal point, it's just a ground cover. You know, and so, I don't know. I'm thinking of my own situation.
It's just,
I'm gonna talk myself into putting in some
Could
borders.
it be
yeah.
permanent materials such as organic, or I guess permanent materials such as stones and recycled inorganic ground cover? So kind of taking mulch out of the conversation?
Yeah.
How does
I
that
think that's
coincide?
exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
That is. I second that.
How does that coincide with the
You can do it,
the way you
yes.
said that? It just came across. It was kind of funny. Division 22, how does that coincide?
Oh.
I'm just curious. Like, if you're in the overlay, do you just focus on these standards when you're reviewing applicants, or does Division 22 come into play? Because obviously I'm worried about loopholes.
Yeah,
Right.
as you should.
So it's a cumulative minimum. So for example, if 22 requires 8 trees and this only requires 6, we would require 8 trees, but they would still need to place them like this standard applies. So it's not, there's no loophole. We don't make them do both, but it needs to be the higher of the standard that applies.
And if we took mulch out of the overlay, I'm assuming mulch is in Division 22 somewhere, so it would still be a cumulative review.
Correct. We require organic or vegetative ground covers, so that would apply here just like in
Okay.
elsewhere.
So,
I mean, it's possible.
yeah.
So what's the direction of the board? To mulch or not to mulch?
That is the question.
I just think that we're gonna have a lot of compliance issues.
What do
if
you want,
Suddenly,
4
there's
minutes?
a code that says you can't use mulch. I mean,
Well, I'm
everybody-
starting with your house first.
Well, I just put some out, but I hadn't for a number of years.
I don't-
Is it floatable or non-floatable?
Well, in the rain,
Let's
in the
see.
rain, it did not float, but I think it normally would. It probably would, it definitely would have floated in the hurricane, I imagine.
Okay. Well, I'm going to parking lot this until we decide.
That's a good
I
one.
think the non-floating mulch is a good, we'll have to look into that.
Okay. I put that down.
Well, I have rocks in other areas. Rocks are expensive.
I know, but you don't have to replace them because they
No, I
don't go
agree.
anywhere.
I agree.
We are in the design criteria. So garage design elements shall include, I added new standards because of the nature of how some of the garages have been dominating the front of the principal structures. So I just added some elements to consider. And the height of a garage shall not exceed more than 1 story of the principal building. That was something that had been told. The garage doors shall not dominate the front facade or be the focal point of the building. And then, so I talked about garage attached and detached. So just so that you know, this section, I don't know how much time we want to spend on it because it might get pulled. It is in the statutes that you cannot, Florida statutes for residential buildings, you cannot require any standards for garages. So I'm putting that in, and but if that statute prevails, all of this has to be removed.
Well, let me ask you a question, just since we're talking about, on the last sentence of D1, which is height of a garage shall not exceed more than 1 story of the principal building. And I'm thinking of homes, obviously I'm thinking of my own home, where people don't build an entire first floor storage garage / area, where, like in my case, most of my house is up 4 feet, except for where the garage is. And that gives offsetting roof lines. But my garage is pretty tall on the inside because it almost matches up to the second floor of the other part of the house. You
But on
follow
the
what I'm saying?
outside, it doesn't look that way, right?
No, because there's actually a floor on top of the garage,
Yeah,
which is lower than the rest of the house.
yeah.
If that makes sense. So my point is that preventing that kind of situation where, because I think the idea
No.
of people being able to have
Yeah.
different sized roofs is a good
I
thing to
think
have.
when we had a discussion, there was a concern that the garages were going higher than what a typical garage needed to be, and then the primary structure was sitting on top of it. So visually,
Right.
yours doesn't have that appearance.
Correct. So
So that's the intent.
So to go back to what Brandon said when we were talking earlier, that the garage has to be 8 feet,
Yep.
and it can't be more than 14 feet, I guess, because as we said, the first floor can't be more than 14 feet.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Because we had a situation that I can think of recently, a variance where there was a hole in between the floors for stairs. So it essentially looked like a 22-foot tall garage, but there was like a seated area. It was very weird.
It was the one, I know what we're talking about.
The variance got denied, but still.
Okay, so in practical matters, so does that mean,
What we're trying to eliminate is the garage being so large that, and then the house sits on it, and whether that's in the base flood or not, is that it's not becoming this predominant
I get it.
design.
Well,
So that's the
I-
only reason that sentence
Yeah.
is in there. That's
Well,
it.
Well, I know, I'm trying to go back to keeping things lower. You know, like I said, we have that problem when the guy goes, well, I have a 9.5-foot garage or first floor, do you really even need that when it's all storage? You know, I mean, can we start telling people that their first floor, if used for storage and garage, cannot be higher than a certain amount?
You could, I will do.
Because right now, I guess it allows it to be 14. Is that correct,
Yeah.
kind of how I think?
I mean, I can do some research on it. I'm I can do that research. I'll put that as a concern. I'm about 95% that both of these items are gonna get pulled anyway.
Right.
They
So, I don't know how much we
I'm
wanna kinda
just-
go through it.
It just sticks in.
Because it's the statute says you can't define, prohibit, or impose any standard on a garage.
Okay.
So,
Pretty clear.
I still kept it in, but
Right,
I'm
yeah.
imagining it's gonna get pulled.
I mean, what sticks in my craw a little bit is homes that are built as the huge first floor that's uninhabitable.
No, I hear you.
And 2/3 of it is not a garage. And why does it need to be that big?
I
And the
know.
answer is because they are using it to be habitable.
You have to
You don't
lobby.
need 9 feet of storage, you know what I'm saying?
No, I
And so
agree.
if there's a way we could tighten that up so
We
people
can't.
don't, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I can say code enforcement, we've made people, demolish,
Whole
so
living.
Yeah, but that's because they've done something inside the house, not
Well, no,
because it
it-
changed the height.
it's because we've caught them.
Well,
So I can guarantee it happens all the
yeah,
time.
but it doesn't change the height is what I'm saying, as opposed to, because then everything gets put on top of that, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the attempt, is the height of the garage cannot exceed more than 1 story of the principal building. And that's why that was put in. You could reduce that more. I need to do a little bit of research on what is a functioning minimum height. I just don't know if you want me to spend that
Okay.
energy doing that, knowing that
Yeah.
unless you're certain or have a lobbyist that's gonna remove this. I mean,
No.
it's just a,
I think.
Could potentially go in our design guidebook.
But here's
yeah, it could go in the guidebook, that's true.
Okay, here's a question I have, just you said that it can't exceed the height of, what does it say, the first floor?
Yes,
So that means,
Yeah.
more than 1 story of the principal building.
okay, is that 1 story, meaning the storage, garage, first ground levels?
No, it's the story of the principal building, so it has to be the building itself.
Technically above design flood elevation.
I get that, but what I'm saying is,
It's, yeah,
so you could build a 14-foot ground level storage area and garage.
if your first floor was 14,
Well, what's the first floor? And is that the ground area or the actual livable space?
Livable space.
That's my question.
Principal
So
structure.
Visually, it's the second story.
correct.
Okay, that's what I was.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
All right. Okay. Okay, this one's for you. Roof-based mechanical equipment. So now we're in page 46. This was the provision of anything located on a roof. Mechanical equipment, vents, pipes, antennas, satellite dishes, other roof penetrations except chimneys, shall be, oh, I'm frozen. Oh, here we go. Located on the side or rear elevations and be configured and screened with similar architectural details consistent with the overall building design. So it needs to blend into the overall architectural design of the building that shields view as seen from a pedestrian, vehicle, or vessel from a waterway, street, sidewalk, alleyway, and any other public right-of-way.
So Brandon's got to go out in a boat, is that what you're saying?
Now the city has to get a boat for Brandon. They did, now,
Yeah, there
in
you go.
fairness, staff did want, I think that removed, the vessel removed. I recommended that we still keep it in because that was a direct request from this board. So just so you know, if you have a boat, you might have to help if that's
Right.
what's happening. But that was, so that's a discussion. I think staff really wanted to kind of keep it in the public right-of-ways, but I honored what the request was, and I put the vessel from a waterway. Just want you to
I
know.
think I would say it's something that just go ahead and stay in there because it's in there. If the staff doesn't view it from there, that's not necessarily a big deal, but.
And even if it weren't in there, if the waterway is a public right of way, right?
Well, and on Pass Grill,
State, yeah.
the
Say,
ver-
but yeah,
Essentially
that's a
public.
good point.
and on Pass Grill, it only has 1 block, so
I'm just saying we would never be able to enforce
Oh,
that.
of course not, I get that, but yeah.
Okay, so design review and required drawings. This is where the guidebook, is in. You'll see that I put specific materials, colors, textures, and architecture style are not required. That is because design and how it's defined by the statute. Only reason why that's put in there, we can, in a guidebook, say that's a preference and not a requirement. So I just wanted it to be in so that it would match what the state says that we have to do. A couple of things that I thought would be helpful after reviewing other built projects is now requiring, it's usually a nice package, a couple other municipalities I work with, instead of just the regular site plans and all of the details being put in that, you also have 11 by 17 architectural design, and it's just a packet, so it's easier for you as a board and staff to look at. So that will talk about the building elevations, the mass and scale, so you'll have everything instead of how it's been today. It'll also show the landscape and elevated screening plan, because if a building is elevated right now, you're not really seeing the landscape or the requirement. I did put city's architect or design review designee in the event that you don't have an architect, that you still are having somebody as the design reviewer.
And that's not our staff, or no, or it is?
It could be. It could be any of it. You have an ordinance that allows, to hire that expert, and I think it's a pass-through too.
Well, I mean.
Pass-through church. They'll represent the city.
Is Brandon, for example, considered a design review designee?
In this scenario, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if
Because we
you
don't have an
wanted to be.
architect.
No, oh, yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is,
If he consented to that, yes.
yeah, it's no different than it is right now. Except for they have to show it to us as opposed to
Yeah.
in their discretion show it to us.
So there's, correct, however, we did consider changing that. There is another statute that now is not allowing a city to require an applicant to have signed and sealed architectural documents.
Correct. For single-family homes.
For single-family homes. I am of the opinion that it seems like that would be challenging. If I were hiring someone, that's what I would want to ensure that I was meeting standards, but no longer can the city require it. I still think that
For design review or for actual permitting?
permitting, you don't have to have signed, you don't have to have an architect anymore. Yep.
So you can have a GC.
Yeah. And so one of the things that you saw, I think, last month, and maybe there were some issues with the frontage, that applicant did not have an architect. So it becomes more of a challenge for them. And now they don't have, I mean, if I were an applicant, I would rather an architect so that I had an architect who was skilled to be able to say, this is how we've met it. I think it's gonna be harder on them if they don't have a professional saying it's meeting it, like, so,
Well,
to me, that was more of a benefit to an applicant than it was to the city, so if
but
they
that
don't wanna
also-
do it,
requires us to hold their feet to the fire too, though, right?
Yeah.
A lot, yeah, more, right?
well, not even just more, it actually is, I think it's a benefit, because there's nothing stopping the city from hiring an architect to review or represent.
Is that not having an architect, is that consuming more of city employees' time, having to review
Well, you
these
haven't
plans to
really had,
make sure of their compliance?
you had a very small window of an architectural review in the history of the city.
No, as far as the homeowners or home builders not having an actual architect sealed plans, is it requiring more review time and more onus on city staff? Because these aren't already,
Well, I would say that, no, I mean, the city should be reviewing it independent of what somebody else's expertise is, so you should still be reviewing it. I mean, if an architect comes, that doesn't give the architect by right more credibility than a city reviewing the application. Yeah.
I don't think it's adding to the time. I just think it diminishes what we're trying to do with the overlay a little bit. Puts us in a situation where we either have to hire an architect or develop a very crystal clear design guidebook that our staff can understand and we can interpret and facilitate.
Yeah. That's why the guidebook is pretty important, because it is hard for staff if you're not, if the city doesn't have an architect. And since we've adopted this ordinance 7 years ago, we had talked and said it was important to have an architect. It's just not ever really, taken on legs for that. And, when it becomes an area that is this critical, I would typically recommend having an architect or an outside design review, because it puts staff in a very adversarial position, but that's the way they've been for years, so it hasn't changed. Right? Because you haven't had to, so ideally you want to either have a clear guidebook so the staff can point to that instead of them interpreting, and that's why an architect came on board, because that skill set should be able to have that. But now that applicants don't have to have their own architect, it's kind of this, we just wait and see what happens.
So I'm kind of curious, if an architect's not required, are you getting like draftsman renderings, or is somebody sketching out something on a piece of paper and a pencil?
We'll have to see.
Saying this is the front of my house, this is the back of my house?
Yeah, they still have to, they still have to prove that they're meeting the intent of the design. So they're gonna have to fulfill and have architectural set plans
At
done.
some point along the way, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
What are you getting?
Sketch out what they want
getting,
the
like,
house to look like, and they're
drawn on a
They
napkin?
submitted the plans.
It's GC,
it has to be to
they're GC
scale.
renderings, right?
It's gotta be to scale,
They're still getting renderings. It's not like this is my house on a napkin or anything.
Yeah, no, they're still, they're official documents.
It's-
Yeah.
Oh, it starts on a napkin.
That's the way it's always been, and,
Never mind.
So I can't sketch out something on the back of a napkin and submit that
no,
as my plan.
No, just because you're not an architect, you still have a basic, site plan requirements that you still have to fulfill. And it'll be a GC, or it'll be there's lots of development that doesn't use architects. They're gonna have a civil, or they're gonna have an engineer, or they're gonna have a planner, and they're gonna be electronic documents that are signed and sealed, saying they still have to meet building code, like they have all those.
Okay, so it's not just people doing up something and submitting them. There is a level of professionalism here, like a draftsman or an engineer or something like that. Maybe just not an architect that usually.
I would say that.
They don't even like to put pen to paper for less than, $8,000.
Well, because there's a value to having an architect, but that's just my opinion. I would
they're still
hire an architect in a heartbeat.
Still
I would
licensed
not do it.
contractors.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah.
I have a couple questions following up what you said, Tara, how architects are worthwhile. What is the status of us having a city's architect? We kind of had one, and then I don't know if that's an info or what the status is. And isn't this a situation where we probably need to have somebody? Or are we waiting
Not
on some
necessarily.
changes?
I think if you draft a good design guidebook,
Okay, stop there, because I have a second question on that. But no, what my question is this. The city,
Right now,
the city a while ago said, we're going to get you a city architect to help you. And now here we are at a crucial junction, and we don't have one. So
I don't make employment decisions.
either good or bad, I'm just saying, does it make sense for us to push in the future for us to have one to do those things? It seems like that would be, but that's another issue for another budget, things of that nature, I assume, right?
Yeah, and I
you can
don't.
pass through fees though and require applicants to, well, I guess maybe you
You
can't.
can't because you can't require an
Because you can't
architect.
require an architect.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't get involved in the administration.
Okay, well, that was one thing I just wanted. The second thing on the design guidebook, because this when you say design, and under A, design guidebook, that's the one the city is providing. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, then we,
Pattern book?
yes.
No, it's
Whatever.
it's gonna be way different.
Then we need to reword
Yes,
that.
you're right.
Because it makes
I
it
see
look
it.
like the applicant is providing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that
I will,
probably shouldn't be A, it should probably just be part of the
Well,
overall.
I'll just change the title.
Thank you for that.
I'll change the title
Absolutely.
of the, it doesn't have to be the, yes, I hear what you're
You
saying.
follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
Right. 'Cause I
Yep,
was
thank
thinking
you
like,
for
how
that.
would they do
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like,
And I
nice, we have a guidebook from this
I
guy.
think as part of the discussion when this goes to the commission, because there'll probably be, I don't know, Chair Lowry, someone there on behalf of the board, I would recommend mentioning
The city architect.
that the
Okay.
board feels like it would be appropriate
Okay.
to potentially have an architect.
Thanks.
Because I mean,
Yeah.
we don't have that many I don't know how much
Yeah.
it takes, but just to review it for, compliance and things like
Okay.
that on
I just
retain-
wondered procedurally how we go about that. You
Yeah,
answered that. All
because I
right.
don't know
Yeah,
what happened.
I would make the request to have
Absolutely.
the support. It would help staff out, And then the last section is a waste management plan. And that was just a request internal of,
Waste management.
No,
look-
let's not start on that.
did somebody?
Not to be confused with Waste Connections.
Which, right, yeah.
Speaking of,
Do we talk about it or not?
Yeah, no. I meant when Jennifer said that, I was making a joke.
But
Yeah.
it says excluding, and it excludes a lot of things.
Yeah.
So what does it include?
Well, it really, it's just non-residential. I mean, that's it probably
But it
should have
also
said that.
says single-family residential. But it says
Yeah,
waste
it's
management plan
excluding,
for.
so
Excludes.
it excludes, if you have a quadplex, triplex, duplex, basically what it is apartments or any.
Hotels, condos.
Hotels, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really restaurant,
Commercial building.
retail, commercial.
Correct.
That's all it really is. And I was asked to put that in because there have been some issues. So we developed this management plan to submit.
I think it's.
I mean, it's pretty,
And very good.
yeah, it was talking about like, it's really an encouragement of having like joint dumpsters or compactors in alleys. So, if you do have new development, that people don't have a single use area. So that's all
Well,
it is.
it prevents this, we didn't think about that.
Yeah. And it really just says that the city will review it and coordinate with garbage pickup, because I think we had talked about that too, is that some of the pickup areas, so that's why that's included.
That's
you missed.
a bridge too far today.
Yeah. A couple weeks late, there was some fun conversation on that.
I know, that's why I was like, yeah, do
But I
it,
believe
bring
it's
it
still,
up.
I think
And I'm
it's
gonna
still,
take the
the
hits.
ball's still in the air, I think, so,
Yeah.
There was some progress made, I would say.
Yeah.
Good job.
Okay, so we have about 25 minutes left for this workshop. Do we want to go to the CRDE, or are we going to save that for another meeting, or?
Well,
I will tell you, it's pretty easy.
yes, I was gonna say,
I'm not seeing a lot of strength.
it's
There's
very,
been a lot of changes. Yeah.
you have the general building design, which,
I pulled that in.
yes.
And then I also, so why don't we just,
Well, let me ask you this, and I agree, we don't really need to, you wanna go forward with it, or are you talking about?
well, I think it's the same stuff, so maybe we don't really need, it's basically, I'm trying to look at what would need to be.
Here's an overall thing that I have an issue with, and maybe we can talk about, which is not what you've prepared here, okay? It'd be more like the addition of some stuff.
Okay.
I'm gonna assume, without getting into detail, that on the 4014, the general building design, it's the kind of stuff we've already talked about, what we want to see there, and there's been no particular change, just more specific definition.
It was exactly what you liked in the Paso Girl overlay. It moved to here.
Right, and so that brings me back to in purpose and intent, okay?
I just want to make sure. Oh, and then I also put you in to approve and be part of the process, because you weren't You weren't in there before.
Okay. Purpose and intent?
And
Yes.
purpose and intent.
Okay,
Whoa. Okay.
it's because, as of right now anyway, this division is not in the overlay. So all that language in the overlay that talks about the compatibility
Oh.
in the neighborhood and all that kind of good stuff like that.
You want that in here too?
Yes.
Okay.
I think because
Yeah, that makes sense.
if we can't be part of the overlay, then we need all that language in the overlay that
Yeah, that makes
that
sense.
brings it back into that.
Okay.
Because that was, like I said, part of the problem is,
Yeah,
for example, when we talked about lot splits, I think you put that in here.
I did. Yeah, I put everything in that mattered.
Because that was voided
Yeah.
out if we weren't part of the
Yeah.
overlay, right?
We talked about lot split, we talked about design review and required drawings, so I added that. It's in a perfect world, if you were redoing your code, you would probably want to merge these, but because the uses are intact here, it would just, the overlay would not be consistent, and I think it would be thrown out because you're saying, here's 80% and this overlay goes to this zoning use, and then here's this and this doesn't do it. So that's why I kept them separate.
And
But
now
the
that
one
we
thing I
have-
didn't put in is the purpose and intent, so I'll add that and make that specific to the area too. Now, let me ask you, we were doing contributing structures for Paso Grill overlay, Division 20. Is that the case in 8?
Conceivably, you'd be running into that again, because that's why the CRDEA was created, was that they would keep a similar
Okay.
frontage and.
If I say contributing structure in that area, is that meaningful in that area, or do I need to word it different? Because it's not really contributing structures in there, right? But it's really the historic
No, there are some.
commercial?
There's a few.
There's a few houses.
Okay, but what about your commercial?
What about commercial?
Do I need to address it?
Is there any contributing commercial
Yeah.
properties?
I mean, conceivably, if we're talking about over 50 years old and et cetera, that were the criteria for our residential, yes.
And you talk-
But they're in,
They're right down 8th Avenue, yes.
You're talking about like a 100-year-old building?
I'm just talking
Talking about
about,
50 plus.
I'm not actually talking about that either, because
No.
I'm not doing contributing structure, how it's defined
Right.
and cataloged in your area. So buildings have been identified as contributing structures.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know,
There's a
commercial
question.
was.
I don't know if any of those
Okay,
buildings
so
have
we
like
don't, that's
historic
why, so I
designation.
don't have to say contributing, that's what I'm getting at.
Oh,
is
yes.
I'm just gonna say,
think they were
buildings that
included
are
in the
50,
surveys.
50 years, that is the context,
There's-
instead
there-
of contributing. Because if I say contributing in this area, and you don't have contributing,
say,
it
well-
takes it away.
Well, the Keystone was just designated.
Okay,
Yeah, but-
but do
no,
you
but-
want one or two, or do you
Well,
want?
everything in the CRD is at least 50 years old.
Okay, so we're not gonna
Except
go
for-
with
except for
contributing.
Dewey.
Except for the Dewey, yeah.
We're not doing contributing, we're just gonna talk about historic context and built product, right? Okay.
But a question I have, that we don't have to talk about it much today, but just want to talk about it further is, because we brought it up at a meeting before, Tara, was, the CRD incorporates or encapsulates the south side of 9th Avenue,
Yeah,
which has no buildings on it now. And so the requirement, if I'm right here, remember how at least on 8th Avenue, you have covered walkways,
yep,
okay? Is that a requirement on the sidewalk on 9th if someone decides to build a commercial building there? You follow what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like, should we be looking at that differently or allow more usage of that area since it's vacant now and really isn't the CRD in a way? You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's not anything built on it. Would we be
Well, you-
stopping potential development of something that could be really good in that area to try to make it look like 8th Avenue when across the street's a park? So,
Well, I mean.
it just says it may extend, so you're not requiring it.
Okay.
So none of that had been required on 8th. It was just people did that in order to maximize the area.
Okay, here's an
It's not a
example.
requirement.
Let's say somebody wanted to build a single-family residence on the south side of Ninth, right next to an existing single-family residence, which is contributing. They would be prevented from doing that, correct?
No, single-family residential has criteria in section 40.4, allowable conditional uses and structures.
That's only for one that's moved to that location, not for a new build.
Correct.
So a single-family residence cannot be built the way we have it. I'm not saying we have to come to an answer now.
You can't.
But there's a whole block there that has nothing built on it.
Correct.
That I'm just wondering in the future, if someone said, maybe we should be open to that. I don't know.
I don't know
Well,
why.
we would limit it in
Have-
that our maximum lot width
But they're all,
is 105 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
So that restricts a greater assemblage than like 2.5 lots, basically.
I know what
We
you're
can talk about
saying.
right now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's more of a. I mean, your entire what makes Paso Grill so cool is you have the 8th and 9th, and if you take 9th's ability to have more commercial, to me it takes away what is the exact thing that Paso Grill is, which is a mixed use area.
right?
And it is the only area in Paso Grill that has any chance of redeveloping into non-residential.
And I'm,
I just wouldn't, you have
Okay.
plenty of other places for single family.
I'm
That's
totally-
just my opinion, but
No, I'm-
I don't know if I would, I don't know if I would open the door for a single family in that.
Well, I just bring it up because, with the exception of the Hurricane on the corner, that whole strip is either vacant
Oh, yeah.
or single-family residences that already
Correct.
exist.
Yep.
And
the
so I'm
vision
happy to
plan-
keep them
yeah.
commercial. I'm just throwing that out there, that it really is a different animal
Yeah, I
than
think
8th Avenue.
it is for now.
Okay.
But the comprehensive plan, I think, recognizes that as commercial, so I just don't think I would change it.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up because I think we had talked about
Yeah.
that a little bit in the past.
Yeah, and we talk about compatibility, so when the development occurs, it couldn't be one large development, so that's in there. Okay,
I wanted to bring up
because it's a
Section
maximum building height.
40.8 building height. Now, this isn't defined as, are we talking about 35 feet from the bottom floor regardless of the BFE to the top of the roof? And does that include any kind of railing or parapet, or is that included in the 35? Where does this 35 start? Where does it end? What, if any, allowances or exclusions are
I'm gonna have staff
included in
answer
that?
it because that's been there forever. I didn't touch it. So I'm punting.
What does that mean? Does it mean 35 feet no matter what, or 35 feet from the dirt?
Well,
35 feet?
I know what the recommendation is.
I'm just wondering if it should be defined a little bit
It's
more
the
as
same.
It's
to
defined
what
in
that
the
35
ordinance.
feet
It's the same.
is.
Go ahead, Brad. I mean,
All right, Brandon.
Because we only allow commercial, it would be 35 feet from base flood elevation, so it's on 8th Avenue, that's usually 5 feet or so above the ground. So you'd be looking at a building of 40 feet. Now, one thing that differs in height between 8th Avenue and the rest of Paso Grill is that 8th Avenue does allow that 10-foot projection of rooftop elements, things, elevator shaft enclosures, rooftop
So
stair.
that's on top of the 35 feet?
Correct.
40
Okay.
feet, really.
And that's what I believe the Dewey was built under. They have those additional encroachments above the 35 feet that allow for the rooftop facilities. Paso Grill doesn't allow for any of that. The 32 feet's the maximum. So that's just one thing to think
So
about.
where does that part about they allow the rooftop tent, where's that in here?
That's not, it's
Okay.
in a different division of the code. It's Division 7.
And
Is
so,
it beneficial to put that in this little, where we're talking about the height shall not exceed 35 feet? Well, that's not exactly true, because we've got the extra 10 feet. And that extra 10 feet, does that have to include, that's out the door? 10 feet, your railings, your rooftop deck, your elevator shaft, everything has to be
Correct.
within that 10 feet. And that the 35 feet begins with, where does it begin?
It's at base flood elevation. So overall, the roof deck would be at about 40 feet from the ground, and you'd be looking at 50 feet from the ground for any rooftop amenity or facility, utility, anything like that. So that's just what's been in the code for a decade now. If you'd be looking to change it, now'd be the time.
Well,
Okay,
are we
right.
looking to clarify that for people looking?
Can we
at
add
this?
as defined in and then reference the code for that?
Yes, as,
You said it's in Division 7?
You're still allowing two or more living levels above the retail on the bottom, which is not in keeping with the other items on the street. Only one item is that tall.
Right, so,
because we had originally discussed
How
not,
tall is the hurricane?
the 35 feet not being
It's
from
only got one
base.
level above the retail. It's only got one level, and then it's got the rooftop.
Yeah, but I mean, I think we brought measurements to you. I
yeah,
think it was
forget.
like 40.
It was pretty high, but also was made pre all this stuff, pre-overlay.
We-
Again, been there for 40
Condos down
years.
there that were built in the 60s that you couldn't build today.
We had discussed back in April of last year that the 35 feet started from the ground floor, irregardless of the base flood, and that 35 feet went up from the ground floor up to
That-
alleviate the situation where base flood, then 35, and then 10 above that.
Yeah, we talked about that and we were shot down in flames. So, because.
Yeah, and I can just tell you that's never going to change.
Right. And so
Just being realistic.
here's a bigger question or something that I would like to bring up because I get how, and I think it should probably say on there, including, which does not include base flood elevation. So just your layperson who goes there like me and goes, oh, it's 35 feet, it's 35 feet, those things are 40 feet. How can they do that? At least they know that, base flood elevation is not part of that 35 feet. But
If we do it there, then we should do it everywhere.
don't we?
No.
I think we normally, I know, we do it in a lot of stuff. It says,
No, but like the overlay says 32 feet. Everything's measured from BFE.
okay, well, I thought I'd read stuff
Again, it
before
was
where it says
revised
they
back in
actually say base.
2017.
Correct.
What was that? I missed that.
It was revised back in 2017.
Yeah.
And the pages that we're reading are actually dated 2021, when they made the revisions that put the BFE and changed the way they did it, where the maximum height was maintained, but BFA was added into it, versus what they did not do with the CRDEA.
Right. Okay, here's a question I have, and I would like to know, just because I guess this is how we normally do it, this may be not what we normally do. If these mixed-use commercial residential buildings that are on 8th Avenue, right? We've got ground floor commercial, can have second and third floors or above floors residential. Historically, they're all two-story buildings. They aren't, the only three-story building is the Dewey, which is a new build, okay? Well, that's not true. The hotel has some three-story sections in the back. If someone is going to flood-proof the ground level, I know, Tara, if they're going to flood-proof the ground level, which means that, why do you also get base flood elevation on top of that? I mean, if the purpose of a residential home is you can't live down there, so you have to build up so you can live on the second floor, why doesn't that same argument apply that you can't live on the first floor of a commercial dwelling and it's been flood proofed? So why do you get the base flood elevation on top of that? And there's a distinction. We know that in the residential neighborhoods now you have to build 3 stories essentially, because you used to be able to build 2 stories, but FEMA came in. But since I'm just asking. It just seems to me that
I think we've had this conversation so much, and maybe we're not the right, I think this is a leadership discussion and not a technical group. discussion because it's been very, I understand the frustration. We're not going to be able to change
No,
that.
I understand that, but
So,
where does it come
I
from?
guess I need to,
And-
sorry to make you repeat yourself, but I need to understand your question.
Okay.
And I don't right now.
Okay, as a matter of common sense, let's just start with that. I know the law doesn't always take that into account.
Okay.
Okay, FEMA requires a residential structure that nobody can live on the ground floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because you don't want people drowning or blah, 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 blah. You don't want, that kind of stuff happening. On the CRDEA, no one can live on the ground floor because it's a commercial. We have no ground floor on the
No one can live what?
Residential. He said-
residential. You can't live,
Yeah.
the ground floor is commercial. So that's a non-habitable location, just like it is in a home. So why do you get the base flood elevation when you can't live in that area anyway?
But residential uses are allowed to be part of it. It's part of the principal uses.
I know, but the residential is
No,
the
but I
second
think
floor,
you
which
just
is
said-
out of the flood plain.
I
But
think you just
technically it's
answered your
not
own question,
required.
actually. Because, it's even, right? So residential, you're non-habitable, measuring from BFE. Commercial, non-habitable, measuring from
Yeah,
BFE.
but you're putting your garages and stuff like that. There's a purpose. You can't build a two-story building.
Yeah, but commercial, you're flood-proofing it, but you're operating on the first floor.
I understand, but there's not a danger. You could build a two-story commercial
So
building.
he's saying if you're allowed to use that, why you then again also get a 10-foot bonus?
Right.
So,
You can build a two-story building on 8th Avenue and have residential on the second floor. That's not against any rules. But FEMA requires a house to basically be 3 stories if you want to have a two-story building. 8th Avenue, you can have a two-story building that still meets the spirit of the law, which is commercial on the bottom and residential on the top. What we've done is now made that part of the formula that you have to have a 3-story building essentially, because we've added the base flood elevation.
So
Which makes the whole height go-
All first floors are being flood-proofed.
Well, we can make that
And
a-
are getting, but you're not right now, right?
Yeah, okay, yes, say yes. I don't know if they all are, but make that a
So
requirement.
that's the request is to, and just so that you're clear on the CRD, you could technically do residential on the first floor. It doesn't say it has to be on the second and third. So,
Except for you'd be in violation of, how can you do
It's a mix.
residential on the first floor?
Mixed use.
I'm sorry,
commercial.
it's a mixed use.
So you put it in the back of the store, you mean, kind of thing?
You could technically have residential on the first.
live in your
and you could-
storefront.
You could live at the first, I'm just saying, there's
Okay.
not a criteria.
Okay,
And if somebody wanted to come and have a live-work unit, there's nothing that says that residential has to be on, we could require that if that's what you would like.
well,
So that's just set aside.
what I'm saying,
But I hear what you're saying.
Because
So
it-
what you're saying is that the idea is you would rather require all of the buildings in the CRDE to have first floor flood-proof, and the measurement then is not the same, even though it is, base flood elevation is becoming flood-proof. So why do they get an extra story if there's that requirement? So I guess the question is can you legally require everything on 8th and 9th to be first floor flood-proof, and you take away that option,
I
and
just
then
think
your
with,
base flood is different? I mean, that's what I'm hearing is that
And let me
if you're
back
gonna
up.
flood-proof,
right.
but if you're gonna flood-proof, but you don't want that as an option, you want it as a
but
criteria.
you're essentially also flood-proofing your first floor of your residential home by building up.
Yeah.
Just because, which means outlets
But
go
they're
up.
meeting at grade.
Yeah, I understand.
So I guess the measurement can be, well, the question from a legal standpoint is this has been in place, they've been allowed to make the decision of the 35 feet. Can we now require the buildings on these 2 streets to be flood-proofed, and that you measure differently because of the flood-proofing, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're asking. And it's only happened one time.
And here's a simple, much more of a simplification. 8th Avenue is historic. Historically, it's just been 2 stories. Now we're saying every building in there can be 3 stories, which would be significantly higher than the buildings that already exist, which is not quite as historically compliant.
Not
Let me finish.
significantly higher.
Residentials have always historically been 2-story.
I mean,
But
not
now because
that
of
much
FEMA,
higher.
they're 3-story. But the reason for FEMA having that ground level is because can't have people live there. People can't live on the ground floor on 8th Avenue, so what's
I
the
know it
distinction?
seems that simplistic, but if I may, it's not. I mean, we're talking about insurance premiums, we're talking about so many things that you change one thing and affect your score, and now everyone's homeowner's insurance has gone up.
But there's no difference between.
I know it's easy for you to say there's no difference, but there
The
is.
difference is your ground level is underwater, whether it's in a house or a commercial building. That's what the FEMA's essentially decided, okay? So we get that. But why, just like you could build a 2-story house or a 2-story commercial building, since you have to have the base flood elevation in a residential building, if you're in a commercial building, since you're flood proofing it, doesn't that take care of the base flood elevation?
Can I jump in here?
Please.
We had this discussion,
I know.
I'm just looking at my notes, and what I've got is either no residents on the first floor, or if you're groundproofing the first floor, there would be a requirement that the first floor had a higher ceiling and that language would be added. I don't know what section 22.11 is.
I hear,
And
so
it-
the only thing
this
that
may
makes
not
me
be-
uncomfortable is, I am not a structural engineer. I cannot make that recommendation. We just have to have somebody who's technical determine that instead of, it's just not, I'm happy to write whatever it is. I just need to ensure that whatever we're requiring, we totally understand what we're requiring developers to do. I don't know if this is requiring $1,000 or $200,000. And I just think that I'm uncomfortable. I can't defend it unless I understand what this is really going to entail. So we can write a standard. I just, for me personally, I don't know floodproofing enough to start playing around with numbers and determinations until someone can structurally explain to me what that's going to take, floodproofing. That's just my position. I'm happy to hear anybody's, but that is not a technical expertise that I have in order to, I'm just not comfortable writing a number unless somebody designs that and explains it.
Well, I think we were talking about in context of perhaps on 8th, if all of a sudden everybody decides to raise their front door, or just say a new building went in with a 4-foot, and you walk a couple of stairs, and then you walk in the front door, well, you've come up, but you've waterproofed, basically. But what we were saying is for the 35 feet is require that first floor to have a higher ceiling, so you're still compatible with the 35 feet. It's just in the first floor.
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't have the technical expertise to say whether or not that's.
I don't know how you waterproof a building other than building up.
I think you move outlets up. Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, I just
It's
want
that. A
to.
lot of people do it for, most of the
Yeah,
businesses
I'm
probably
not
do it.
saying, I just be clear, I'm not saying that it can't be done. I just don't have the expertise to know yet what those elements are. And I'll take direction from whoever I need to. I've got to ask if that's something that administration wants to do. But I think that I don't know anybody on the board that is able to design-wise tell us if that works. I just want to ensure that whatever we put in that is an actual, that we understand what we're asking of developers.
Well, I think we also need to understand the ramifications it has, like with the floodplain ordinance and everything else that comes along with it.
Well, see, my point is, when the CRD was put into place, and it said nothing shall be higher than 35 feet, that was essentially how big any of the buildings were there. That did not have a ground, because they were
I could have
built
sworn
that
we had
high.
measurements and there's buildings there. Like I'm thinking of the Hurricane, I think it was like 52 feet.
Okay, but again, Hurricane really, it was done before all this, it was done outside the code.
Oh, I'm just
Like the condo. So my point is, you're trying to make it
No, I
historically
think it's,
consistent.
yeah, and I want to
35
be
feet made
clear,
sense.
I'm not saying it's bad or good, it's just, I'm not comfortable
I got
putting
you.
a
I just wanted to
number,
bring it
because
up.
I don't know, it's not in my wheelhouse, so I just need to, and I would assume that as a board, you want to know what you're regulating and what you're recommending. You want to know if this is not a substantial thing. You want to know what the cost associated to this request is, I'm assuming. You would want to know. You probably know. Sean.
Residential over retail, they're doing already. So as far as the cost of not being able to make it one story higher. it
No,
doesn't
I didn't
change
mean
the
that.
cost.
I just meant the flood proofing and what that entails.
Again,
you know,
the vision of the city is residential over retail on the 8th Avenue, 9th Avenue corridor, CRDEA. Any new development is going to be encouraged to do floodproofing and do residential over retail. The difference is, the older buildings only had one floor of residential above
Right.
the retail. We're currently allowing 2 levels of residential over retail based on the math. And we're just asking, why do we keep pushing these up
Yep.
when they're essentially the same as what's there?
Yeah, I
And
hear that.
Why aren't we using the same system to get there?
No,
And you're
I
right,
hear
maybe we
that.
do need an engineer to come in and talk to us, or
potentially.
Yeah, I
whatever
don't,
to figure it out.
those are things like, visually, I understand the floors, and I totally get that. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm like 10 steps in front, trying to figure out how do I, because I'm the one that's gonna have to go and ask for this ordinance to get passed, and if somebody asks me this question, I just don't have the answer.
Well, we understand, and this
You know,
was-
that's it. And I just want to be
I just
clear,
don't know.
I'm not against it. I just don't know how to stand up and the story and the floors, I think I can say, but I don't know what the ramifications are of requiring floodproofing in the area.
Right.
That's all.
And the only reason I brought it up is
I mean, I think it's a fair question. I just,
since
you know.
now's the time to talk about it.
Oh, for
and we're
sure.
going to come back in there again and talk about it, that maybe we need to try to find out, without there being a bias one way or the other. It just seems to me FEMA is more applicable to residences.
Okay.
And you follow?
I think there's somebody in staff that can have that conversation.
Well, and
too,
I just
right?
kind of don't. Can't you
Oh, yeah,
fit
Julie,
3
right?
stories with
Yeah.
35 feet
Oh,
right now?
we can bring in, didn't she come in and have
With
us?
BF
Not if you meet the requirements.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, assuming we were measuring from grade, you could fit 3 stories with 35 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
Sure, and that'd be fine, then they'd be the same height as everything else.
So keep it at
So,
35.
ma-
I mean, in BFE, we're talking about 5 feet.
Well, no, we're not, they put a whole floor down. You're
No,
talking
I'm
about
just saying
10 feet.
BFE in that area is 5
Might be
feet.
Yeah, but
talking about
nobody,
5
but
feet,
nobody
but they
builds
added
it up
10.
5 feet, they
They're
build it
allowed to
up
go
10
up to
feet.
9 for
So
design.
then maybe
design
you
flood
address
elevation.
the roof component as opposed to the measurement component, right? The addition,
Maximum height is the
The-
maximum height concern.
Well, again, he's just saying, what do you want to take it off of, the bottom or the top? So we take the 10 feet that they're allowed to add on to the top and say maximum is 35.
Yeah, and I,
because I don't think you're gonna get anywhere with changing how we measure citywide. I'm just saying.
I'm just kidding, I get that.
and I just got reminded that Julie, who works here, who does your building code, remember how when she came in and described everything?
Yeah.
I think she's the person that can answer the question.
What's her name again?
Julie Anderson.
Julie
Yeah.
Anderson, yeah.
Well, and we're working on a floodplain ordinance, so maybe a good segue.
So there's really a couple of different things. I don't understand the roof thing, the 10-foot either, so I'll figure that out, because that's applying here, too. Okay.
Should I bang the gavel? I heard the bells ringing.
You wanna Are we done? Has anyone else had anything else to say?
I want to thank Brandon because I email him asking really not so bright questions sometimes. I'll own it. And he's so patient and kind. So thank you.
Go, Brandon.
You can't
Brandon
see,
appreciation
You can't see him roll
post.
his eyes over email.
No, I know. It makes me feel better, Bill.
And the fact that we just added 3 additional titles to his,
And I'd like to thank everybody too. Once again, as always, I want to say thank you on the dunes again. That was really well
Yeah.
done.
Good job, Jennifer, and Mike, and whoever else.
How's that?